from the eye of the Horus. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the Porus. Coming straight from the mud like I am a lotus. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे मैं डरूं. तरूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना गरीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realm to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am a Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. me, I'm more than average man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've won the ball is traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसे मैं टरेंचुला ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सती कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या किला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look. Look, look.
After so many years, for the first time in a long time, we are seeing one of the most competitive Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia tournaments that we have ever seen thus far. I'm Tash alongside Raf, your analyst for today. And today is going to be exciting because we have the defending champions, Falcons, up against our defending second place title holders, Sisu, now known as Xipto. Interestingly enough, the time where the Falcons core did win, they were, after all, Xipto. Confusing, right? What history?
It is confusing, as confusing as this mock-up promo material that's being sent to us on the Discord. Other than that, I think defending second place is... I have jokes, you know, but we're not gonna say it's too early in the day.
I wouldn't say it's defending second place, but they've been second
trying,
place for quite some time. This is the time for them to overcome and finally let us crown a new queen here in Southeast Asia.
That's true. That's true. And I don't know. I'm trying not to like poke fun of you right now, but we're slowly wrapping up the day. Yesterday was a really long day. I think we're gonna have another long and competitive series. I mean, you know, historically there is a bit of a discrepancy between Xipto and Falcons Vega. I do fully expect at least one map going in the way of Xipto, especially with the form that they hit at the tail end of the evening.
Yeah, Xipto was phenomenal. They looked a bit more slow on that first match of the third series yesterday, but throughout the entirety of yesterday, it was great. I think I really want to highlight that first series, if you ask me. Yeah, it was a loss. It was a 2-1 loss, but Xipto was able to not only take away a map from Falcons, but even bring them into overtime in that first series. I have to say, I'm very, very impressed by this team, by their tenacity, by the ability for them to reset their mental, because we had an interview yesterday with them as well, and they said for them, it's just about going next.
Yeah, and again, sometimes that's what... Actually, no, a lot of times, it's really the mental game that can carry the day for a lot of these teams, because individually, they're all great, but sometimes when, you know, maybe tilt hits, kind of need the support of your teammates and all of that. Hopefully we don't see that type of breakdown today, though, especially in such a high stakes match. And to remind everybody, both these teams have already qualified for the slots at Bangkok. Right now, it's just, aside from the wonderful prize pool, it's also the pride on the line, you know. Falcons Vega not really willing to let go of that streak just yet.
Of course they aren't, you know. I mean, they've been holding on to this streak for so long, you know, going all the way till champions already. And this time around with a new core. This time around, they're no longer running that full APAC roster, that full APAC team with Shirazi and Kohaibi. This time around, they added 2 new imports from EMEA, who are also star players from that region itself. And at first, we were very confused, right? I think me and Zach had this conversation about how the playstyle in EMEA can match with APAC. APAC is very, very fast. It's very W gaming. Meanwhile, EMEA is very execute heavy. It's very calculated. It's very slow sometimes. Sometimes we see them execute onto the site like, say, Fnatic. Only maybe 30 seconds, last 30 seconds till, you know, the round's about to end. So we're starting to see that marriage or that merge of these 2 different play styles. And I think it's coming together very, very well. Yeah, it felt like, you know, there was a disconnect for a bit from the APAC players and EMEA. But now it feels like everyone knows their role and how to execute it and marry these 2 play styles.
Seems like there's a lot of emphasis on marriage and commitment here.
Oh
but
my
speaking
God.
of both those things, both of these teams are committed to bringing the best game that they could possibly bring today. And speaking of the game, Tash, we did have an interview with Matt V yesterday, or was that yesterday? It was yesterday. And that the major difference really between EU and Pacific basically is just the speed of it. Yes, we still have our executes, but the tendency of us is kind of like, or rather the Pacific, just sending it and looking for these raw fights is way higher. I do understand the value of waiting out the clock and possibly finding like these super late lurks that the other regions like to employ, or just really punishing overextensions in general. That being said, I think everything is going to be thrown out today. No more strat hiding, no more, you know, the gloves are going to come off, and hopefully we're going to have a really fun series.
Yeah, for real. I think what's also really fun to think about is more of that, you know, that strat, right? I think that for Sisu, they used to be a little bit more slow, very highly dependent on raw aim. Now they've really changed their ways of play. I feel like Coach Xie for Xipto has really redefined what it means for the Sisu slash Xipto core to be playing, just against with their aim. It's all about that execution. It's all about timing. We're seeing a lot of heavy defaults. And a lot of times, I think yesterday, that split map, we were questioning, why would you pick this map? You've never played it before. There's barely any reps. Like, what is the idea behind it? And it turns out there's just a lot more Falcons bots for split than any other team. It's just easier to take that map and just counterplay it, and they almost nearly took it away from Falcons.
I was about to say, despite all that information floating around on the internet, Falcons Vega still held their own. And we did talk about like there might be a decay of how useful those VODs can be because, you know, patches tend to change as well as identities. Speaking of Falcons Vega, I think we proposed the question that what truly do they, or what identity do they take up when push comes to shove, you know, because we rarely see them get challenged. And, you know, I think with their map losses, it felt like they were shifting between either still trying to lean on that quote-unquote more cerebral playstyle, more procedural, versus our well-loved playstyle, which is pretty much sending it. Oh, okay, we have Aneri. We're gonna let Aneri go in, support her with a bunch of utility. Hopefully she gets 4 or 5, and we'll see how the game goes from there.
Anyways, we are looking at the schedule today. Yep, our final match for this tournament, Falcons versus Xipto. Honestly, it was up in the air for me. It could have been Hypa, it could have been Xipto, it could have been Salapao at one point, but Xipto is still showing us why they deserve to be here and how much they've evolved throughout so many of these months. I think throughout most of these teams, Xipto's core has been one of the cores that's been staying for the longest time together, only having very minor adjustments.
True. Cats versus birds. A tale and rivalry as old as time, now finding its way to Game Changers, Southeast Asia. And with all these like minor adjustments, Tash, we talked about like how potentially one player getting slotted in or even as a sub could change the entire makeup of a team and how they would want to approach things or dissect the map. And I think most of the teams that we've seen throughout the week have adjusted as well as they can. I'm really glad that there are layers upon layers of depth that these teams have been fielding. In fact, I feel like that's been the whole theme for our playoffs and for Game Changers in general, the stability of all these mixed rosters.
Yeah, speaking of mixed rosters, I think it's for Xipto, I think for a long time they were, you know, kind of fielding that full Filipino roster, but now deciding to bring in a few other players from different regions as well. It's gonna be Yume. I feel like Yume coming into the roster, who used to play in Full Sense Cats, is the perfect addition to this team. You know, you have Xipto, who is really high in firepower, who plays a little bit more slow. You have Yume, it just ups the ante, allows them a lot of space, and they can breathe and do whatever they need to do in terms of layering of their takes or even defenses. Meanwhile, for Falcons, we're so used to the W Key gaming, so aggressive, so fast, the dynamic duo of Aneri and Lexi going forward, and also Camille as the anchor has been phenomenal. But adding in Madvi and Mary, how has that changed the team's playstyle, Raf?
Well, for one thing, there is a lot more temperance. As much as like we'd like to see more of that aggressive playstyle, it is good to hang back just a little bit and
it feels that way now, right? It's different, right?
And I think you can hear like my dog bark in the background. Her name's Julia. She's a big fan of the whole Game Changers thing. She's also trying to, chip in her analysis for this. But going back onto the main point here, Falcons Vega, they now have the option to slow things down when they want to and still go for that classic playstyle that we've talked about many times now. If they feel like that should be the winning strat. And speaking of, I actually feel like Xipto had so much trouble dealing with that type of pace. When Falcons Vega was just sending it down, it felt like Xipto were in limbo.
It really feels that way, mostly because I feel like Xipto wants to force these fights. They want to take these early fights, and Falcons were just denying them. Every time they took these fights, Falcons took a heavy hit, which really impacted them in the late round. So I think them denying them these early fights and opting for a slower approach does help them against a team like Xipto. Now, head-to-head here between Mary and Con, both players insane aimers. The headshot percentage is very, very close. First kills, very, very close. But what is the difference between them, Raf?
I thought you were gonna like explain it, but then now this
I want
task
to
is
hear.
upon me. Well,
I want to hear your thoughts, your analysis. You know, the brains.
number
guy.
one. Well, okay. So, jokes aside, Con does have a bit more proficiency with the deadlock, and I'm actually curious to see if they're gonna feel that. Just because since there's a few VODs on it now, and even in 2025, people still feel like deadlock is a bit of a gimmicky pick. I'm really curious how Con and crew are going to play it in a default, especially with the amount of power in terms of delay this agent has, and how that can really affect the flow for Falcons. Meanwhile, Mary, I think Mary, what really stands out about her is her pretty much divine timing on these lurks. We've seen rounds be swung in the Falcons' favor despite it being a disadvantageous situation just from a really good flank or just pressure being taken away.
Yeah. Anyways, I think we all know who our player to watch is Neri. She's been taking MVP upon MVP in so many games. And for her, I feel like the rounds that she really shines are the rounds that you say, you know what, Neri go kill. Neri goes forward, or Neri pushes all the way up A long into heaven. And Neri gets 2 before getting out of jail free.
That's the thing. I mean, like, they have to find a way to punish Shineri, and so far in their matchup, that just really hasn't presented itself. They tried the operator, they tried slowing her down with pieces of utility, they tried to have a combination of both, and hopefully they find a solution, because if you really think about what was laid, or at least all the options that were given, do you just really give her the space and allow the rest of the team to flood? Despite that, Inari's actually been on that dedicated duelist role, I think, for the most part for this stage, which has really been a happy treat for all of us. But going back on Xipto's side, how can they slow her down? How can they remove the crown from the Empress per se?
That is the question, right? And I'm wondering if Coach Sia can figure it out. But now let's look at Graham's. I think she debuted last year, or is it the year before that, as a Reina main. She was going ham with these early pickoffs and early kills, right? And now she's really developed herself into one, not only just an aimer, but also a very aggressive player. She's able to just take up space. Her timing has been impeccable.
Impeccable timing could be what beats Falcons? Question mark. They do run an airtight operation. I will have to say Grams and Con, both featured players, have had such phenomenal series despite that loss in the initial matchup. Another thing about Grams, when she's not using her timing, when she's just flat out, face tanking the fight, she's been incredibly proficient. I feel like the headshot percentage is incredibly telling on how lethal she can be as a pseudo anchor. And plus, she's been really great on the rotate. I feel like that's another strength Xipto have there. Or maybe it's a double-edged sword, right? Because they do have this tendency to over-rotate sometimes. I feel like that split match they had between Xipto was a big tell. Round 21, I think, I can't remember who the Viper was on the Xipto side, but there was commotion on B. Turned her back, Mary gets that kill, and it just kind of, got chaotic from there. Hopefully this is something that they voted, because this is something that they have to immediately address.
Yeah, I think that for both these teams, I think there were a lot of mistakes seen, but that is the beauty of it. Making mistakes early, I think, like Neri said, making mistakes early in the series, in the tournament, is better than making them later and regretting it and losing the entire tournament. So, this is something that I loved cheering for her. She's also really expressed that she loves that the games are getting harder here as well, which shows a lot of development as well for the region, which I completely agree with. And now, let's talk a little bit more about what to expect here. I think for yesterday, Neri got, I think, just like how bringing back to Hypa, there's a Hypa, for Hypa, it was Ayumi go kill strat, right? Putting all your resources and info just to one player. But I feel like for Falcons, putting Alexi and Neri as this duo has been doing wonders, because you have Alexi as this initiator, and especially on that Sova, her recons were lethal. It just lights up the entire site and allows Neri to move around and grab those crucial kills, sometimes even demolishing the entirety of the site, because she knows how exactly to path her way in, especially on that Neon.
Other than that too, I mean, this is true for the rest of the Falcons Vega squad. Everybody's just so good at taking the space that Neri gives them and cleaning up whatever frags that she can't find. Going back to Alexi, though, I think she's an incredible clutcher. She's always had the knack of staying alive despite her aggressive playstyle. We've seen her in so many 1vx situations. I think people have also adjusted to that. Teams have scouted that very convincingly and have, put a lot of protocol in place to avoid these types of clutches. So at this point in time, I think we've established that Xipto and Falcons Vega, they know each other very well. They've matched up against each other so many times that these finer details, it's almost impossible to not bring to the forefront.
Now, looking at the map veto right now, I think there were some games that it looked really good for the veto of one team and not the other. Right now, Falcons is gonna go for Icebox. This is something I did not expect. I saw it floating in deciders for a while, but they never really had to go into those deciders yet. This is, I think, one of the few times we're gonna be able to be seeing this Icebox. Meanwhile, for Xipto choosing Lotus, this is their staple. I feel like this is something that Falcons can abuse, granted the amount of VODs that they have, kind of floating around.
I actually thought Falcons would forego the Pearl ban and maybe ban Ascent, but I completely understand why they'd ban these first two maps. I think Haven by far has been the shakiest map for Falcons. I think they've been the most mortal on that. Pearl, I don't know. They had a slow start on it. I think in their words, they were whiffing, but I'm pretty sure there's a deeper reason for that. Maybe their timing just doesn't agree with this map. And maybe there's just too much real estate for their active defense. I mean, we've seen how they want to take. They really don't like the guesswork. They're willing to take those early fights and adjust from there. I think Icebox might actually be pretty smart pick. Daks was talking about this too. Earlier, we had a bit of a backstage discussion. I think he has a bit more insight when it comes to that map specifically. Basically, what I'm saying is, Daks, go do my job for me. Once you hit the casters. But
on that
jokes
note,
aside,
TO, please send the 25% of Raf's pay to Daks. Thank you.
no, don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do
Going
that.
back.
Don't do that. No, anyway, so talk about Icebox and why Falcons Vega picked this despite not having the reps on it, so I don't lose 25%. See, we all know a lot of these teams like to default A first, and A can be incredibly volatile. Falcons Vega, knowing how mechanically dominant they are, they're willing to take that fight, either if they want like a top pipes dominant push with somebody playing the Jet, or rather Inari specifically on the Jet, if they want to go for one of their older comps with the Reyna on Alexi, just a bit of a throwback. They can do so many things with that. I like that. Scaring me out of my paycheck actually, jogs my memory a little bit. I'm remembering so many things now. And now you add the firepower and the savvy of the two newest members of Falcons Vega, or at least to the core, Mary and Matt V. That just becomes such a difficult ask to do. Now you're kind of forced. Well, what if you go play mid? Now you have to worry about a potential default Killjoy setup where it's just really difficult to find these lurks. And obviously, if that doesn't come to fruition, if Xipto become a bit more passive, then the lurks open up.
Yeah,
So,
and yeah, I mean, look at this, Raf. You had a one loss on Ascent. That was to Hypa, which is surprising to me. And then that one loss, that 50% loss to a team like Xipto. And interesting enough, I'm so glad they banned that Haven, because both teams' defensive side were very shaky, very surprising if you ask me, because if you're gonna be picking this map, I expect that you have also dedicated your time to not only enforce your attacking side, but also your defense.
man, I think defense has actually been a weak point for really both these teams. Not necessarily like a glaring weakness, but their numbers take a sharp dip in comparison to their percentages on the attacking side. And
Yeah.
why I think that's a problem, especially in these longer series, is because you can only run so many executes up until the enemy, or at least the opposition, can adjust to that. You will eventually slow down into default. You'll eventually have to skirmish a bit more.
Yeah.
And that's when you start kind of going for these heady plays, right? Do we push a certain part of the map? Do we start adding more players on this map? How do we want to deal with this? How do we solve this puzzle?
I think that's the job for the coaches now. And I think as well for Xipto, I mean, yeah, their maps, their percentages don't look as convincing. But one thing's for sure that I can expect though. I mean, for me, I'm not too familiar with the Falcons coaches quite yet, so I cannot really comment on that. But for Coach C, I think we've seen him in this region for quite some time. They've been with the Xipto roster for quite some time. And I think that he's been a great mastermind to move around these insane aimers around the map. Think of him as a chess player and all the Xipto players as the pieces here. And when you have players who are as sharp, as insane, it's going to be a big problem. I think in so many parts in yesterday's game, it felt like for the most part, some rounds it was Xipto out aiming and winning aim duels against Falcons, and we haven't seen this for the longest time in Southeast Asia. Xipto is slowly rising to be one of the best, and I think for a long, and I think, excuse me, I cannot think right now for some reason. I truly believe that they do have what it takes to overcome this. That score yesterday for so many maps, it wasn't as dominant. It was very, very close. Some rounds were just down to the wire. We're seeing maybe 1 to 2 players left alive in every single round. It was down to those 1v1s in so many times. For me personally, maybe it's time for some new queens. Maybe it's time to shake it up, make the Falcons a little bit uncomfortable.
That's a good way to put it. I mean, I feel like it's such a great skill to have, especially when you won a lot, when you're dominant as the Falcons have been. They play ahead very well. They don't start playing sloppy. They don't play clumsy. If they do heat check, some of it is pretty much designed to be a successful round, and that's hard. I feel like getting there is one thing, staying there is another, and obviously our reigning champs have just mastered that. So I think this is a bit of a peak of the predictions. Now, I would love to see Xipto put up a great fight though, because like you said, they've only gotten better. I feel like I say this every stage. Every time I see a team, they add something new. They might add like this, I guess, execute that they win a lot of rounds with, or they add like some sort of action in their defaults. And I love it. I just wish, or I just hope that this continues with the year and, with Game Changers moving forward.
You know what's interesting? Today, I am the only Malaysian on desk with 3 of you Filipinos here. And it's going to be interesting because today a majority of players are also Filipino from both teams, right? So this is going to be hard for you guys because clearly, Pinoy pride, you guys just vote or go for, your favorite Filipino. Like say Team Secret was one of your favorites. GE had
yeah, you know how many times I voted against Team Secret?
Okay,
Tash? Like you're talking to the wrong person.
We've already established this. But in all seriousness, we have 2 very strong Filipino teams. Well, not teams, Filipino players in 2 different teams. How are you guys gonna choose?
I already chose. Like what? I don't. You're creating a problem. That
I am
wasn't
creating.
there to begin
Listen, I
with.
need to create this narrative here. I need to create this narrative on who's your favorite Filipino.
I don't favorite Filipino.
Yeah.
I don't know. Dude. Like I don't. This is not something I wake up and I wonder. Like wow, I wonder who my favorite Filipino is today. You know what I mean?
It's clearly me. You guys just gave me the honorary Filipino card, right? I
Sure.
can't say the words of affirmation like Daks says, but I can say something very nice to you right now, Raf.
Stop.
Ang ganda
Stop.
mo.
Okay. I was so worried.
Nice.
For a second, my heart was racing. I was like, oh my goodness, we are about to get defunded right on air right now.
Listen, I'm not gonna get fired like Victoria did. I'm just kidding.
I think
Love you,
shout
Victoria,
outs to
if
Vic.
you're watching.
Vic was bullying me. That was crazy.
Yeah, but in all seriousness though, I mean, it's undisputed that the Philippines right now have the highest amount of insane players in GC, which is actually incredible.
That's the
for a long
truth.
time. Yeah, for a long time it was Alexi, Shirazi, Camille, and now more and more are rising up. So like, is it the food? Can you link it to me? Is it the food? Is it the lifestyle? Is it the language?
Actually, I'll say it right now. Like,
Yeah.
I'm from Cebu. Most of my co-talent are from Manila. I'm gonna say it right now. Most of the food in Manila is absolutely terrible. Like, everywhere else in the Philippines has superior food. I'm just gonna say it right now. Is it the food? I don't know. Manila food is terrible. What is it about the
Manila
Philippines
food for
That's
the
because you
brief
don't know
time I
any
was
better,
there.
Tash. That's the thing. You don't know any better. Go visit somewhere else in the Philippines.
Oh, is that an
Like-
open invite for me to hang out?
I'm sure. Why not? Why not? You know
You
what
got
I mean?
a couch open?
No.
Dang, he actually hates me, chat.
No.
Okay. But coming back for this, I'm sorry, chat. We're just waiting for the agent select to happen here, and we're just trying to lighten up the mood just a little bit. I think there's a lot of tension in the air. Especially since Xipto could potentially just overthrow the Queens, but Falcons looking to defend that, and most importantly, Falcons with this international roster. I'm not talking about just from around Southeast Asia. We're talking about international, 2 different regions marrying together. We're seeing a big change in pace. Coming up as well, Agent Select, there we go. Thank you so much for saving me from my own cringe. We're gonna be looking here, and interesting enough, we are gonna be looking at Alexi playing Omen for the first time on tournament. What do you feel about this?
I think it matches Alexi very well. An agent that's incredibly flexible, that can frontline when needed to, especially when all the utility has been thrown out, and now the paranoia is something that they have to worry about. Because if Xipto, if you're trying to push up really anywhere on A, there's a very high chance you could get displaced by either the alarm bot or the paranoia, making the fight a lot messier. It does look like Xipto have that Harbor and Clove comp, which
love the
I think
Harbor.
we've seen a few times.
Yeah, I feel like
great.
A lot of people are underestimating the Harbor. At one point, Harbor was pretty much a high pick onto this map. It allows for safe plants. It allows you to be able to just cut the site in half, and it allows for the Clove allows for Khan to play as aggressively as she wants, as selfishly as she wants, with her own placed smoke. So it's sort of like a pseudo aggressive duelist, if you ask me.
Exactly. For Clove, yes. For Harbor, I think this is something that if they really want to match the pace of, we'll push this into a war of attrition, they can slow it down for as long as they want, and use all that pieces of utility plus the double smoke. But like you said, there is an open discussion for the pacing with the agent selection.
Yep, there is. But anyways, predictions first. You guys are the ones in trouble because you guys have a lot of players to choose from. For me, I'm gonna be playing the underdog story, just like my dad, who loves underdog teams in football that never win. I'm gonna be going for 1, 2, 3, bam. Michael actually.
You already saw the sheet.
Thanks, Michael.
You already saw the sheet.
That
is not an underdog story.
No,
that is not an underdog story.
Michael actually hates me, chat.
Let's build it up. Xipto has a fair chance. We want new queens on the scene. They've improved so much. Yeah, I'm picking Falcons. That's probably what Tash is doing. I think that's exactly what she's doing. But again, you saw the sheet. You saw my prediction for the entire thing. Falcons, Vega.
I don't know, man.
Tash is so upset.
I believe in you guys. This is actually a jinx, chat. Love you guys though. But anyways, yeah, these are our predictions. Just change mine to Xipto. Just put a cat there somewhere. Anyways, these are our predictions. And for now, I'm seeing the casters extremely excited to catch. What do I throw to them? Can I throw Dan? I'm gonna throw Dan to them. Okay? Are you guys ready? Is Michael ready for the throw? He's taking a... Okay, ready? 1, 2, 3, and tossed. Oh god, my...
I think it missed.
Yeah, I don't know where it went.
It didn't join all the plushies on the side here, Riku. It did not go there. Sometimes, it takes a while for the delivery to get sent. But here we are, ladies and gentlemen. It is time for the big one. The grand finals of Game Changers Southeast Asia. And the thing is, both teams are going to GC Pacific. Both teams we will see in Thailand. But today of all days, we are going to crown a champion. Welcome to everyone. My name is Jax. And of course, joining me for the very first time here in GC Southeast Asia, someone who came from GC Pacific, actually, it's Riku.
Yay! I'm so happy to be here. It's such an honor to be a part of GCSEA, and again in such an amazing split too as well when it comes to how incredibly close the competition is on where anything can happen at one point. And we look back at the entirety of Game Changers SEA and the previous splits, it did feel like there is quite the clear winner. But this time around, it feels like there is a bit of this chance for an upset to happen where Xipto Esports is able to land this big upset in the grand finals.
Yeah, well, the story so far has been Xipto and Falcons becoming the rivalry of the year here in Game Changer
Yeah.
Southeast Asia. If you're only tuning in for the very first time, you're wondering who is the Xipto roster right now. And of course, this is a team formerly known as Sisu, formerly known as Ascend back in Split 1. And that old Xipto core, on the other hand, of Aneri, Alexi, and Camu, they're on Team Falcons right now with Mary as well as Mad V. So it's that interesting dynamic, right? Team Falcons, which used to have a core that goes all W gaming, all aggression, now getting that EU flavor, having a bit more temperance. And on the other hand, with Xipto adding Yumi onto the roster, they become so aggressive, so powerful on the firepower. And here we are to start things off on Icebox.
It's gonna be incredibly interesting, starting things off at mid immediately.
Ooh, and Mary with the scan. It's been Falcons getting first picks throughout this tournament, and Neri especially one to watch out for to get the job done early on. And Neri's not done. A second pick comes our way. Camille as well, finding a takedown. And interesting enough here, Riku, as Kon finally shuts down Neri. Both teams haven't played Icebox as of yet. Within the splits, Capricious on site though, gets the jump onto Mary, and Xipto opening up a possible A hit.
A lot of solo plays happening all around the course, but it is all up to this big 2v2. Recon available. They need to decisively assess where everybody's going to be at, as they're going to be playing the big 2v2 buddy system. Let's see who gets the trade first.
Yeah, incredible creep up there from Capricious, and now the IGL at the ready. Capricious! Capricious! Starting things off strong, and Xipto will take the first pistol.
And it looked like the Falcons was able to stop the rest of Xipto on their tracks on the first initial push from Tubes. They're able to pick up the spike, redirect attention towards A, and after that, Capricious did quite the damage on those two players against the Falcons. And honestly, such an amazing, bombastic start for, well, our grand finals.
Yeah, there's a heavy focus from Falcons, right, to play in mid. Xipto on the extremities, Capricious doing all, such a flexible player, the IGL now. And you can see from Xipto, after that lower bracket finals, lots of confidence coming into this series. Here we go again with the trades. Alexi, first time on the Omen, gets a pick, yes. And Falcons just sending the aggression into Garage. Con with the pick-me-up. Yume ready to receive, and Xipto right now looking to make their way towards B.
Again, quite the clean trades here and there. Mary and Mad V. Let's see how they're able to at least slow things down. The pistol maybe get something out of this. It's gonna be a little bit difficult though. Again, this composition, Daks, it was Tash that mentioned it, right?
Yeah.
A lot of utility just to deny LOS, just to have the entire map into multiple pies. In multiple pizza slices, by the way, not just half. But not only that, I think I really like this Clove and the Sage as well because of the if you add in a Phoenix, then that would be like the multiple live sort of composition. It just really denies trade and lets you sort of allows you to get that that +1 or +2 in a lot of these initial frags or trades.
I mean, Con was very scary in their series against Falcons. Remember playing mostly on the deadlock, getting that ace back on split, and playing the club allows her to be aggressive. But I'm really interested with this Harbor pick. Our panel did mention, especially Tash, that Harbor could be surprising. Harbor used to be a very popular pick on this map. But then again, it has fallen out of favor. But with the Sage in tow, you can basically play SimCity. You're building the Cove, you're building the barrier orb. Lots of ways to protect yourselves to go for those plans. And Xipto right now, that seems to be the game plan, right? To play for these sites and use that utility to get there safely.
Oh, absolutely agree. Especially right now, I'm really curious to see how Falcons is able to sort of counter and figure out how to slow this pace because of the layering. Maybe an Eri can get one before anything else. Looks like that's going to be a no.
Oh, balling now. Madly now finds the trade here. Falcons playing impressive there. 4-10 hold. An Eri with the push. Now forced back. Slow orb, making it tough for her to play there by 4-10. And a Xipto, you mentioned it here, Riku. Second chances, always possible. And with it, a res comes up early on.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with this composition. They're able to do some sort of comebacks in a round just like that. And the fact is, they're already pretty much ahead in numbers. Just as you said, now Khan, once again, able to take down Inari.
Yeah. Just the trade rendered moot. hit thanks to the res, and now it's a big gap here for Xipto to work with. 5v3, the barrier orb again. Set up onto the side, but Mary, of course, Mary! Even through the one-way smoke, that's crazy! As Falcons able to equalize the number. Spike though planted, and the rest of Falcons getting ready now for the retake. Graham's within the cove here. Mary still hanging on around, and with it, Alexi fires the first salvo. Graham's getting 2 for her troubles. It's 2v1 now. Alexi all alone has been critical in crucial moments here for Falcons, but in this case, it's just looking so dicey. A smoke set up here by Alexi herself, but inside, it's a Coliseum that she will win in. 1v1 now, Con to the corner, and Alexi! Early on, able to handle pressure well, and Falcons will get around to the board.
That was a lot of patience coming from Alexi there to just really decisively mitigate whatever angle was going to be the possibility and operate through instincts. I was about to say that Con and Grams are probably the 2 scariest players on the side of Xipto that you definitely do not want to be like together on these crucial last few seconds of the round. But you know, Alexi's able to deny the that big outplay and a big 3-0 start. Still an expensive bonus for the side of the Falcons, but nonetheless, that is a win that they really wanted to make.
Yeah, very expensive, but you said it there, Riku. Alexi, big props to her. Given that Xipto throughout this tournament have had the highest clutch rates from their individual players. I look like Piety, I look like at Capricious. They're so good in the clutch, and when you get Alexi on board like that, just like in the series in the upper bracket finals, right? It's just so calm and collected to at least put Falcons on the board. But you've said it, this is going to be Falcons having to rebuy. Xipto, on the other hand, with rifles now into play.
And the scariest part is Con has been, you know, fragging every single round, always have access to not dead yet, which means that they could constantly keep applying this pressure and play a bit more aggressively in comparison to possibly what the Falcons maybe want to do with their own. But so far, a bit of a slow start. We'll have to see now. Alexi being all alone onto B has already identified a harbor util being used, but Mary now pushing through tubes. See.
Early proactivity. Falcons now looking to catch Xipto on the cross here, and Mary, of course. She's good for the 1, but that's all she'll get. The default now from Xipto, looking to shuffle their way towards that B site. But Falcons, so many smokes to work with this double controller composition. Alexi now teleporting towards yellow. Paranoia as well to dissuade the push. Time running out here for Xipto. You already see Matt be getting in position, but the trade is immediate. Alexi also falling. A chance here for Xipto to go for the plant.
10 seconds
Beautiful stuff here by the side of Xipto.
One enemy
Again,
remaining.
Con has access to not dead yet. Might not even have use for it this round and can deliver that to the next. Beautiful stuff by the from the side of Xipto. Honestly, I really love the punish that they did on towards that tube aggression coming from Mary, only getting the 1, disallowing any sort of multiple trades whatsoever. And Yume with a triple. I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Xipto. I think the interesting thing about this matchup, as you said earlier, Dax, right? Like, this is the first time we're seeing Icebox being played by both of these teams. So basically, either they didn't want to play it because they wanted to save this for this big opportune moment, most likely, for the grand finals. And you're seeing, like, how it's being executed. And so far, the attacking side of Xipto looks really, really clean. They have a very interesting, you know, set plan with catapulting Con into the front line. If that doesn't work, not dead yet. If that doesn't work, then you've got your resurrection coming from that Sage. So I really like what they're doing right now, and it's really paying off.
Yeah, and with Falcons' priority pick being Icebox, right? You get the sense that perhaps they would surprise Xipto with this double controller composition. But as you've said, it's been very tempered here by Xipto. Well managed. Now, with the res coming online soon again, Con with the second life available. It's Xipto who are using these immediate trades to the best degree. So, back to a slower pace. Falcons on an eco, but Xipto still respecting that and hanging back for now.
Definitely want to keep Falcons Vega on their toes. It's really interesting to see how this A stack is going to pan out. This is definitely going to catch them by surprise, especially the spike is going towards that area. Have to keep everything in close quarters. You get to see the multiple angles happening already in the verticality. And the silence is quite deafening here.
Yeah, but it's a good stack here for Falcons. 4 players in position. And Madvi, a alongside Cameo. Watch out for their potential crossfire here. Cameo now waiting for the cross to come. Good damage onto Yume. If Madvi also win to take that there. Falcons making it 2-for-1 for now. Lesser guns, no problem. Spike as well out of reach. And there in position. Gone. Has to use the not dead yet. But still the sharpness of Falcons is unreal. A thrifty that they were so ready for, and now guns to be picked up.
Beautiful stuff by Falcons Vega. Madvi finishing the last few seconds off that round with a sharp shooting on, again, on the Sheriff. Really impressive stuff. And again, this set plan to sort of stack up, deny information, just to keep them guessing. And Madvi, she was unchallenged in this angle. And a lot of not dead yet even invested on towards that round. So FLC doing a fantastic job, and now they're rewarded with the operator that could shake things up in this next round.
Yeah, and immediate right. Falcons, once they get the money, they know the pace is slowed. And Neri looking to punish that accordingly with an op here. Xipto though, that round they just crossed that toxic screen and it went straight into the arms, into the hands of Falcons there. Now, looking to play towards the B site. Mary ready, and she's been very potent as well. If you look at the stats here, Riku, if it isn't Neri getting their first kills in most of the series, it's Mary actually, especially in the matchup versus Hypa, who can find these first picks. Good anchor play for her so far, and well, she's gonna hold on here.
Second nano, just to deny that second layer in case they make an attempt to get the plant down, but they're holding on first of all with the Reckoning now activated. The Cove as well. This gives a lot of space, and the Nano Swarm will miss that little bit of a pixel for the space to get the plant down.
On the Fury though, this could be huge for Mad V. The tag comes in, the damage is there, but Capricious also massive damage. Mary falls, and while Falcons use the Sova ultimate to deny the initial plant, it's Xipto getting lethality out of it. 5v3 now. Owl drone into play. Alexi having to break the wall here to just give Falcons Vega some space to work with. And with smokes in tow, the answer has to be the Aldrum. Paranoid sent towards yellow, no one home though. And the rest of Falcons now look to go towards a spike. Oh, this could be difficult. Cascade on through. Mad V, nice flick. Mad V! Those are solid kills so far, but will it be enough? Mad V not done. And Airy also in position. Piety versus Mad V now. Looking to get halfway on the defuse. Will she stick it? No. Piety spotted. Low HP. Mad V still holding, but time is running out. And Xipto played the clock out well. They all will fall, but it is a fourth round.
The push and pull between these two teams and the final clutch as well. Mad V started things off and made things very interesting and difficult. Honestly, I really thought Xipto was gonna sort of like run away with that round quite easily, as it was a number deficit on the side of the Falcons. But Mad V just really kept it extra challenging. It all boiled down between these two players. And of course, FLC with that timeout, it did feel like that could have been a win after Mad V was able to initiate a couple of multi-frags there.
Yeah, and Coach Biggie calling for the timeout here for Falcons Vega. I do wonder though, it seems like the initial game plan here for Falcons is, okay, you're going to use the Barrier Orb, you're going to use the High Tide, the Cove to get on site. We have to respect that and let the spike be planted. But coming into the retakes, that's less utility for Xipto. Falcons looking to take advantage of that. But in that round, it took some hero frags to get in position, to get that chance, and Xipto still coming out ahead.
Yeah, honestly, the spirit of Xipto in that sort of situation where there time pressure, utility pressure being added in with the Hunter's Fury activated as well, they really are stubborn in a good way, being able to just really, what do you call this? Just burn a lot of the utility where Falcons is really forced to just use everything. And just as you said, there's really nothing left at the tail ends of that round. And if they keep doing this attacking half is looking really spicy, especially the operator buy didn't really translate into anything in that round.
Yeah, just Falcons there. But they're going to play the op. It's going to be tough if Xipto's just able to build shield after shield, wall after wall to get to the site. So far, so good. Xipto, this core, always taking maps off Falcons Vega. Hasn't found a serious window throughout this year. Could be on the biggest stage of Game Changer C, as now the turret spots out Con with the Outlaw. Looking Falcons, they are still. Blade Star for Aneri, 3 rifles as well to do some damage. And Aneri, she's going hunting. One falls, Grahams will be gone, but only for a moment because the res is there.
This is definitely going to be one of those things where it's a little frustrating, but you're able to at least trade an ultimate off of maybe a knife. It might be a little worth to bait that out just to, you know, cascade into the later seconds of this one. And Neri could definitely do it again.
Yeah, and then Neri, she already got the first kill a while ago, and she's like, oh, I have to do it all over again. Yeah.
No way!
It was a huge defining factor of the upper bracket. And now with Xipto able to bring people back to life, it will be a full 5 looking to play on A, but the stall is good here for Falcons. The Parano also in a good position, and Alexi delivers as Yume will fall early on. Time running out here for Xipto. They're gonna need some massive kills if they want to make this happen. And they're in position still. Here we go with one more blade. Now it's gone. Classic buying time. Graham's in position, but very Madby. Here comes Falcons now. Capricious with the fight back. But Falcons are just so prepared for this. Time is running out. Heidi looking to play the hero, but Falcons in cover will take the round, and they're even in the end will win it.
Beautiful stuff on the side of the Falcons there. Again, putting a lot of time pressure onto A, being able to hold on out these very important angles, even though, let's just say, Ineri was able to get a kill, but the Resurrect was baited out. Nonetheless, it still added extra time pressure and extra utility that's not available in these crucial moments. And Piety, the only one left off of the lurk. The rest is pretty much already gone, and Ineri, again, fantastic stuff.
Yeah, this is just some confident holds from Falcons, and given that, Xipto's the one who's pressured on the timer if they can't make their way to the site. A hasn't been very successful. Let's go to B instead here for Xipto. Problem is, Riku, it's just an eco again. Classics, a sheriff to work with, and Neri's already creeped up so far deep. Oh no, Con, not like this. It's an easy kill for Neri.
Yeah, pretty much sandwiched already onto this towards the spot. Let's see if they can make anything happen.
Oh, Kamiyu, she's prepped here. Maddy now with the Hunter Fury. And this is just meticulous from Falcons. Respect the proper potential, but in the end, it's just firepower for Falcons. We're tied up.
Yep, onto the meat grinder there on that very particular funnel. A, again, just as you said, Daks, it happened before, right, where it was an eco. It was a 4-man stack on the side of the Falcons. They were able to just really add in onto the pressure and just really stall the rest. Yeah, Madvi with the multi-frags. Similar thing happened. This time it was Ineri just having a fantastic hold on towards that site. But immediately, of course, just as you said, it was just that eco, therefore not exactly as successful. But this time, they could try it again.
Oh, and Falcons, Ineri sent the mid this time. The more Ineri can push, the more confident Falcons will be with their game plan. And as Alexi, thinking about perhaps TPing on yellow, just staying on the ground for now. It's Yume with the catch and Kamiyu. Beautiful paranoia, but just can't collect. The rest of Xipto go into cover. It's a pick here for the attackers.
Alexi was thinking about it. Perhaps going on top of yellow might be a little risky. They still have utility, that nano swarm. Just to slow things for an extra layer.
Ooh.
Outlaw.
That was very contentious, but hey, Yume can heal herself up to a little bit more than half, I believe. There you go. Reckoning also into play. Xipto again using the ultimate to make the space happen. And while the nanostorm and the alarm bot are stalling for time, Quan's already gonna go for the plant. One away from the not dead yet, I believe. Spike planted. The rest of Falcons trying to play from rafters on the retake.
Yeah, all gonna be coming from one direction. No need to worry about the flank. It's going to be just, you know, quite the frontal attack here. We'll have to see how this is gonna work out. Reckoning and the walls just going to be quite pesky. They're able to take down one first.
Yeah, this time Xipto's so prepared for this. The catch on the drop. Con in position now, looking for the tap. Alexi there with the pick, though. Still a second life coming against her. And Xipto just with the numbers there, Riku. They will keep the lead.
Able to, Piety even as well, able to keep with the lockdown for this following round. And let's take a look at that replay. Again, this is quite the different approach where they added a couple of pressure, baited out a couple of utility away from Alexi at the initial push from B. And they cascade towards A. And this time it's quite successful as the Reckoning really funneled everybody towards the rafters part. They didn't have to worry about any sort of flanking maneuvers. But here we go. see what they do this time. It is quite the rush.
Yeah, they're gonna go for it. Madby though, and Inari focusing their talents towards Belt, and they get the kill onto the IGL. Capricious gun early on. This can make it tougher for Xipto. But since they can't get intel, they'll use the lockdown for space instead to make their way towards A. And Neri though, will she play with fire? No. Out from screens and out into the, well, extremities here.
We'll see again that wall quite pesky. A lockdown as a response.
Planted.
This will give time still nonetheless to plant the spike.
Lurk?
Yeah, the lurk coming from Khan could be deadly.
Yeah, it could be massive here. It's a push from screens from Falcons though. Xipto back to their post plans from the previous round here. But as we mentioned, this time there's a lurk. There is a creeping factor here for Xipto and Piety. Buying some precious time with the kill onto Lexi. Seems like Xipto, they just need the guns facing forward. 3 already on the board here to add on. Con hanging around by the spike itself. And as Mary looks to go for the clear, they're not gonna know. They're not gonna know at all. Knife out and Con connects! They were waiting for that moment there, Riku, and Xipto will get up to 6.
That's definitely a stab to the heart there. What a way to win that round. They definitely did have... Again, they had no idea. Khan is able to creep up very, very far deep into enemy territory. And of course, Piety was keeping everybody busy
Remaining.
on that frontal attack. And Khan again... Wow. Xipto is playing a very different game right now.
Yeah, watch your back because Khan has come to collect. And this is going to put some red flags here for Falcons. Now, why is mid? That's open. They send out the alarm bot turret also onto kitchen just to watch out for that alternate angle. Falcons still pushing. And Neri though catching Piety napping. And that's a huge pick here for Falcons to work with.
Especially with that gun exactly. The stack is now fully towards B, but that's 3 members invested there as well. Nano Swarm to stop them in their tracks. They could get potentially sandwiched, but Neri has already left post, so there is still, you know, some maneuvering about that they could do towards A.
Yeah, but Neri has conditioned Xipto to always watch their backs thanks to her creep-ups from previous rounds. And you can see a difference. Only 2 players of Xipto trying to play into B main. Capricious had to watch the flank itself. Now Xipto re-rotating themselves, trying to go into mid. Con within tube as well. And first contact again, possibly could be Neri. She's looking around towards mid. The timing though, an inkling of a potential creep up onto the empty A site. Now the turret broken, noise being made here by Xipto. And what's the plan for the rest of Falcons? Mary.
30 seconds
The
left.
pulls here, it's getting dicey as time is running out again here for Xipto. It's been a weakness so far. Camu in position and gets the crunch on. Khan's gone. But here comes Yume with the trade. Ren comes in as well. Mary, danger close. Maddie already finding the stage along the way. 13 seconds left here. Graham's using the full auto. But Alexi! Amazing again wins the double. The pick me up. But you need to pick up the spike. Instead, it's Mad V netting the kill. And Falcons, a thrifty again here, Riku.
A thrifty at that. Xipto really wanted to win that round as they invested the res on that round, and it didn't really convert into a victory because, just as you said, it is the timers, the pressure. Every single crevice, every single entrance was packed with utility, packed with pressure by the rest of the Falcons, and Alexi did a fantastic play here, added even more pressure onto the boiling pot, put the spike down to the ground, and basically the rest is history. This is such a close round, or rather game, and it was a thrifty at that.
Yeah, statement made here by Falcons. Play slow at your own risk. Falcons, it's something we've been talking about the past few days. The panel's been mentioning just that EMEA influence within this roster. Not only just W King anymore, unlike the older Xipto and SMG days. And that mix is what is making them potent. And Ari though with a push, Camu, immediate trade. Flank now, courtesy of the Viper, but the rest of Xipto on the A side.
Full gun round. Over here, Reckoning available for Graham's now activated. It's gonna buy a lot of time, especially the spike has already been planted. Double flank though, Daks.
Yeah, because of the From the Shadows, Alexi taking height here towards Belt. Camu in position as well, so double controller from the flank. It is Mary and Madby looking to play into screens, and Alexi, this is gonna be a dangerous game you are playing. And Yumi will able to hunt her down. 2 kills here. But Usually, the duelist player on the Xipto side. Human still looking for more. The wall in position. This is looking just unbeatable, courtesy of Xipto. Last round of the first half, Mad B and Mary might as well just look for some kills here. This is Xipto's lead. This is Xipto's thing. Mary! Incredible spray down there. But the point is moot because this point will go to Xipto. And as we said, 7-5 advantage for Xipto coming into the second half.
I was definitely losing my mind there at the very end, but just as you said, it was moot. But let's take a look at that replay again. The double flank worked wonders. Could have worked wonders, but Yume really foiled the double flank almost immediately. Mary, this is definitely quite the highlight, but there's not a lot of time to work with.
Yeah, and there's no duelist composition for Xipto, making wonders happen on the attacking side. And Riku, gotta talk to you during this halftime, how this half just went by. It seems like for Falcons, they know the weakness of that no duelist composition, how the pace can be set by them, and when the clock is winding down, the pressure is on Xipto. But when it comes to the post plants, when it comes to Xipto setting their foot on the site as a full 5, it just looks nigh unbeatable for them.
Yeah, especially once they're able to solve the problems that they're encountering whenever they want to, sort of attack A. I think the Reckoning has been one of the key factors in why they're more comfortable taking A. And once they're able to solve that, they're able to bridge the gap even further. It's just a 2-round gap. But again, Falcons, I think there were so many rounds that the 2 thrifty rounds was crucial for the side of Xipto to just increase this gap even more, sending it to the next half. But honestly, I think Falcons, they adapted quite like really fast to the pace that Xipto wanted to play the attacking half.
Yeah, they did see the adaptations. We did see them just hang back when they would get the wall in their face. And yeah, the eco play from Falcons is one to watch out for. But the score still is a good representation of how Xipto has prepared for their opponent. If you don't know the lore, guys, this Xipto, Sisu, Ascent core have won every single series in Game Changers this year, except against Team Falcons. It has been a chip on their shoulder again and again. If you look back even further history, I believe it was the Falcons core eliminating the Xipto squad right now from Pacific last year there, Riku. So there is so much tape, there is so much to tell between these two squads.
And that's the thing, right? When we look at, well, Alexi, Aneri, Kamiyu, these players are quite... have made the name for themselves in, several organizations in the past already. And again, these 3 players are just really scary. And of course, again, they're really hoping to, get this another championship title under their belt.
Yeah, it's why they're the favorites here. Let's be real. It's been Team Falcons every single time this year, playing in the tournament, getting a championship, no matter what region, whether it be here in Pacific or EMEA, international competition, they've done it all and more. But this time, Xipto on the defense, also with the flank, but the turret gets a spot on Sikon. They know there's someone behind them, but do they know how many? The rest of Xipto now trying to play into mid, maybe go for the screens, retake instead. Flank comes in, Camu, nice shots with the Sheriff, good firepower, and Mary as well. Investment on the guns here for Falcons, and you can see the damage becoming decisive. 5v1, Capricious all alone. A tough ask for the IGL, and Falcons with the flawless pistol to get momentum early in the second half.
This is quite the contrast, the pistol round from the first half to now. It's such a clean, flawless round for the side of the Falcons. It was, again, a lot of these individual players holding their ground and just really holding these angles. Alexi on that big 1v2 holding... again, that flank all by herself and just really paying off. And we'll have to see now. FLC very close to keeping things even already on the second half quite quickly.
Yeah, Falcons can go exploit this anti-eco. And this is what I'm really wondering here. If Xipto struggled against, or rather playing the anti-eco a while ago, Falcons on the other hand, very clean when Xipto are on the lesser buy.
Yeah.
Now with 4-1 split here, Riku, Falcons, you have your standard step, since you have the Viper, default wall towards B, and just hanging around to see if Xipto's actually going to push out. This lurk from Mary, though, could be caught by Khan. Oh, nice movement from Mary, could get a jump, but Khan is just solid on the shot and does get rid of the Killjoy there.
And these off angles have been quite the trap for on Icebox. Let's see, 45. Let's see how they're able to still work this out.
And Henry and the rest, though, they're the ones with the firepower. As the paranoia connects, Falcons going for the top of the spike. Beautiful shot from Capricious. Grammy also in position. And Yume trying to do some little down damage. 2v2 though. Falcons didn't expect this. Falcons didn't expect this at all. Khan with 3! And Xipto with the thrifty. Suddenly, the table's turning again.
A thrifty in response coming from the first half. That felt quite good for Khan, and especially when we talk about building that ultimate economy quite early. And again, Khan and Yume have been such a deadly duo in both as individuals or when both of these players are left into the round. You really cannot count them out, even though they're on a thrifty. Even if they're on an eco, an FLC, of course. Oh, that was a rough round, for sure.
I mean, Khan had the most kills from Xipto when they faced off against Falcons in the upper bracket with 59. And she continues the efforts against Falcons. It's like she's just so ready for Team Falcons. And it's something our panel was alluding to a while ago, right? So much familiarity. You have, what, 6 Filipino players on in the server alone. 2 for Falcons, 4 for Xipto. And as of now, Falcons, they're going to try to play for B again. But where are the guns here? Alarm bot gets the spot, sure. 4-1 split as Alexi is creeping closer and closer. It's all about being ready past the wall, but Alexi's the one who gets the jump. And Falcons now can play for B.
Thrifty for thrifty, perhaps. Khan, though?
No. You say thrifty for thrifty, but we say Yume. She's gotten 2 before she's found by Alexi. It's 3v2 now. And Khan even finding Mary, so everything left to Alexi again. She needs to do it all here for Falcons, but it's not gonna be anything else done. Greyhounds with a sharp shot, and it's 9-6 now in favor of Xipto.
The pressure's adding on to the Falcons here. Yume did a fantastic job holding her ground there. Alexi with a nice first blood, but this again, on this angle at the very top, really stopped the rest of the plans of the Falcons. Alexi now has access to From the Shadows. Let's see if they're able to find an angle, a creative play perhaps onto A as they're hovering around there. But there is that added pressure as Yume get those 2 kills, maybe get an orb. Then you have access to the res, and this round could really be annoying for the side of the Falcons.
Oh, that's a bunch of bruises you don't see every day. So the double smoke set up there. Yume also Khan, the one who's ready for the fight. And again, the players who can build up lives, they're netting multiple kills here, Riku. Something we saw a while ago in the first half. Fast res from Yume. Low HP though, but Khan, the one Khan is a machine, and she is not done. Back to life, but not dead yet. But she has to go hunting, and Camu's waiting. Khan's not done. The quad for Khan is just unspeakable, and it's double digits here for Xipto.
That is a classic display of snowballing in video games. That was crazy. Khan, again, able to find that extra kill. Just really get value off of that not dead yet. The confidence from Khan is just truly a sight to watch, and the multiple smokes that you mentioned, Daks, and in the end, Khan is able to find this minuscule angle to take advantage of and send that ball rolling. 4K for her. Now at the double digits for Xipto. Things are looking pretty dicey for the side of the Falcons.
Yeah, and Xipto has made Falcons uncomfortable, especially in the second half. Sure, we get smokes like that from the Clove, but it's more so an Eri and the rest can't take the initiative. This time, though, Capricious biting a bit more than she can chew. And Falcons with some stingers to surprise Xipto here. The rushdown will come in. The smoke is there and perfectly played by Aneri. Just the blockade with the cloud burst. Now Piety tried the hold, but Falcons still ready to go for the flood. Overrun? No. Yume, it's the dam that will not burst. She holds it down. She is the stone wall here of Xipto. And with the res again, Mary all alone now, trying to clutch up, but Yume will make her sit down. Xipto 2-11. This is looking quite impressive from Xipto Esports.
Crazy stuff. Khan with a 4K. Back-to-back now Yume as well for her. She's on 20 frags at the moment. And honestly, you could see that Falcons had a set play in mind for their A execute on a thrifty. It felt like it was going well until, again, for like the nth time in Icebox, Yume has foiled the Falcons' plans. And to add a bit more pain onto that, Khan is now on the operator, which could add more spice into this following round to send it to potential match point.
Yeah, and Yume really the new addition to the split for Xipto Esports, the standout from Full Sense Cats, and she just fits perfectly to the Xipto protocol. Capricious though, an angle taken by Con a while ago, saw the bow, and Mary will not fall for it this time. Mary loving to look on up, the rest of Falcons follow suit. The sky is their domain here, Riku. They're the ones with the bird
Spike
logo.
planted.
And with the spike being planted, this is looking to be the more convincing round here for Falcons. Another kill from Inari. Aldrone also with the spot. Looking clean, looking good. The Falcons we expect here as Grahams in a 1v5. So much to ask for, but she has so much on money anyway. Look for picks. There's the one. Second on Inari. That's done. Now it's possible. Now it's doable. Alexi is found. Grahams! She's doing it here, Riku! A heartbeat for Xipto. The Reckoning as well. And Grahams. She's been in clutch moments before, especially in the lower bracket final. But then again, the Nano Swarm, the utility, making it tough. Cove breaks, and those hopes are dashed. Falcons now up to 7.
Really interesting stuff there. I thought that could have been a Graham's clutch with the Reckoning activated, full utility in the line, but again, Falcons, they were ready for that post plant, the numbers advantage. This looked really, really scary. It is quite expensive on the side of the Falcons as well. I think one thing I want to point out is how this is going to affect, like whoever wins this first game, how it's going to affect the rest of the series. The thing about the Falcons, right, they're on an undefeated streak at the upper bracket. They've always won the first map of a series. They lose the second. So now it makes me think, how will momentum change if for the first time in Split 2, the Falcons would lose the first game of the series today?
Yeah, and Xipto has been notably the ones taking maps away from them throughout this year.
True.
Honestly though, this upper bracket run from Falcons, I like that you mentioned it because this is the most mortal they've been. First round,
Yep.
we had SLP making it tough on Pearl. Second round, the map taken.
Spike
Third
down,
round,
B.
upper bracket final, same case. And as of now, with the pace this is going, Graham's getting that kill from Yellow. Falcons put on the spot. They're pressured here, and they're trying to go for this B site.
They do have the Viper Spit available, a Hunter Sphere as well to slow things down. If they want to, or create space rather. 40 seconds on the clock. They have time ready on the site itself.
They can wait out the high tide.
Yeah.
They're just waiting to see the harbor wall drop. Still have a decent amount of time to work with. Flank from Con should be spotted by the
30
alarm bot
seconds
there.
left.
Set up by Mary. But it's still the numbers. The tap comes in just because that top position isn't clear yet. Cameo instead on site and ready. Graham's falls. She's going for more contact, but because of that, she had the spike. Now it is out in the open. Blades out as well. Capricious trying to play from mid. The flank now courtesy of Con. This is so many angles here for
10
Xipto.
seconds left.
They need the smoke there from the Jets just to keep it safe. Spike now planted, but Piety catching Inari off guard. Mary there. Piety again. It's 2v1, and it's all on Mary. A miracle needed here for Falcons. The wraparound is looking good. And Mary, she's gotten one. A tap onto the spike. Piety, a mirror image on the other side. A smoke from the grave. Piety trying to get it halfway, but the instinct from Mary. The look inside the smoke. Mary! Hallelujah! She's gotten the clutch! And it's 8 now here for Falcons.
I cannot believe it. There were so many. It felt like there were so many ways to potentially play that round. There are many, many different endings. And you get to see Mary, again, just sort of deny information, just keep silent, keep steady, and is able to just really sort of add this confusion. Which side will Mary come from? And that just adds in more to the pain. Falcons, however, will now add into that timeout. They have full ultimates available for this next round to make sure they deny that 12th mark on the side of Xipto. But honestly, a lot of these, later rounds have been quite the exciting turn of events. Either 1v1s, and you can really see how much pressure again this grand finals is. Even though you get to see these teams already head on over to Thailand.
Yeah, it's tempered, but there's so much tension. And look, Riku, there truly is a higher power, and her name is Mary. Amen. Amen. But that's the thing. I think for Mary, coming into the Pacific region. She started Split 1, I believe, as the duelist. They made that shift in the offseason to put Ineri back on the duelist role. And no matter what she's playing, she is just so reliable here for Falcons. Stepping up on the scoreboard now. 4 ultimates as well for Team Falcons Vega. And this is where potentially the snowball can start. The only thing that could stop this avalanche is this one. Con with the operator. An interesting play from Xipto to begin with.
We'll have to see where that's going to be primed and positioned. Still thinking whether or not that will be an angle towards A or mid instead. It is quite open. Utility a bit far back towards kitchen. Therefore, they will not anticipate anything as much until they know. But it is slow creep towards A instead.
And Yume as well. She's using that wall to play right behind 410. Could be an angle unexpected, but paranoia from Alexi will say no. A good spot. The slow orb is good as well. Ineri left on an island. And Yume will make sure that she will sink there. Sharpness from Xipto meets sharpness from Falcons. Good aim. And Madby and Alexi will get the advantage now. Viper Spit into play. It's about Falcons keeping calm in the face of a lockdown. They also go for their own lockdown here. Capricious has actually creeped on up. Spike planted though. One corner for Falcons to work with. Tap on the spike. Trying to get halfway here. Camu, look at the stall. But Madby has the lineup. So they get rid of Capricious, who was low thanks to the decay. 3v1. Up to Piety here, but it's just so tough. Riku. High, low, sure. Get belt as well. Looking to be the place there by Gates. And with Falcons just awaiting for the tap onto the spike. The dart comes in. Madby, so meticulous. That's your IGL for you. And Alexi, an immediate trade there to boots. 3 for Alexi. It's 9 for Falcons.
I'd say the Falcons, again, their hold, their defense, once the spike has been planted, is just really quite the threatening turn of events. Again, Xipto having such a hard time having to get this retake on the board. The buddy system, the trades that they've been doing, the utility, the layering, everything is working really well. It's so scary that now Xipto has to make sure that they cannot plant the spike, or else our retake is not going to be as good as the hold of FLC.
Yeah, the post plant has been so scary, especially when Mad V's around. And speaking of, she has the Hunter's Fury. Interesting too. Operator on the offense here for Ineri. Looking to try and catch any player who does play past the orb. And with high tide there to dissuade her, that's exactly what Con needs to really move on up. But Ineri should be checking this one. They get the scan onto the Clove too. Now Ineri's awaiting. Hunter's Fury courtesy of Xipto here. Con's good for 1. Madby immediately on the trade again. And as Falcons now get a clear past nest. Xipto though, drawing the line on the other side. This mid lurk might be massive here, Riku. Piety, timing, perfection! She does get only 1 though, and this allows Falcons to pivot towards B.
Beautiful stuff coming from the side of FLC here. They got a lot of space. There's still this sort of mystery happening. They don't know where the spike is going to be going. They need to stick together. When it comes to ultimates, however, access from Yume, get that multi-frag, able to get a res, maybe gain some numbers, but the corpses are far away from B.
Yeah, it's just not gonna happen here. It's 3v3 for sure for now, and especially with Yume, the combat medic gone. And that is the red cross rendered gray here. Falcons, bit by bit, getting their groove back. And a round like this is where mid-rounding is such a big deal here. As soon as they get rid of that defender underneath Tube, there was a quick pivot into B. Shot from Ineri, doesn't ring through though. Capricious,
One enemy remaining.
Xipto, halfway! Capricious, throws no fake! But the Cove, it's gone, and with it, her life is forfeit. Mary with a quad, and Falcons now to 10, and with the op still.
Able to transition that operator, Mary, with a beautiful flank towards that spike, and again, just really no one from the side of Xipto really, anticipated that through kitchen and everything else. Every single side was pretty much covered. And the timeout comes. They've been stuck at 11 for the past 4 rounds, and it has been quite the difficult transition and quite expensive to boot as well for Xipto. I think they've been, again, buying quite a lot, especially the operator in their end. So for Falcons, this is really good for their side.
Yeah, we've seen this problem from Xipto before, just yesterday, right? Look back at Haven, it was 11-3, I believe, for so long. And it took an almost comeback from Falcons for Xipto to wrap it all up. So this time right now from Coach Tie, I've heard from Tash as well that in some of her panels, right, that they're talking about how Xipto is going for some of the anti-strats against Falcons, how they're preparing specifically for Team Falcons, and that's perhaps thanks to the coaching structure. With this composition as well, there have been a bunch of interesting comps from Xipto throughout their run here in the playoffs. The Triple Initiator and Sunset, this No Duelist right now here on Icebox. Creativity is there for Xipto, but it's up to them to deliver a potential map win.
And that could be the key. This composition could be the key to just breaking through towards 12, because one off for both ultimates on Not Dead Yet and Rez. That could be extremely pivotal for this round.
Banana Swarm gone early on. Hunter's Fury though. Mad V! Almost there. Capricious put to a half HP state. Camille as well. Camille! She's been finding these moments here, there, and everywhere. And Inari, of course, in deep. But once upon gone trying to just get out of dodge. No way! There was nowhere safe for her to bring herself back to life. This duel, though, won by Yume into a 2v2. And with it, the rest right now to shift the odds in favor of Xipto on the retake.
Yeah, not the 2v2, now it's a 3v2, and Mad V is already pretty much down to 30 health.
She has the up though. She has the up. This could be big for Mad V. Now ready. Oh no, Piety! A single shot did Mad V in. And Neri though, all alone. And Neri can't handle them all. And Piety there, brought back from the grave. That second chance, giving Xipto map points here.
Whew, neck and neck. Able to utilize a very crucial two ultimates just to get value off of that. Quite worth. Onto now match point. Pressure now shifting back towards the Falcons, and let's take a look at that once again. Even despite quite a decent start for the side of the Falcons and getting a lot of the space, this part from Yume being able to set up a flank and get a res for a 3v2 was just really pivotal for them to win that round.
Yeah, and just based on comps, right? Contact heavy rounds, Xipto should have the advantage. These trades, we've seen it again and again. Yume from start to finish. Give her a medical degree at this point, because she has done everything she can to keep Xipto alive in this game.
Like an angel of death.
That's true. And a gun on one hand, a defibrillator on the other. The double clove smoke again. Here by Pipes. Xipto stopping Falcons early on into the round here. The Aldron would be the signal for Neri to go on in. Ruse though, medal as well. A doesn't connect, and Neri instead the one sharp on the shot. Falcons with first blood here. Now onto the side. Capricious trying to go for the backside. The repeat is good. Capricious there tries to hold Mary now on the board, and A looking pretty clear here for Falcons to take.
Grams, Yume again. Quite the set of multi-fragger players on the side of Xipto. Can't count out this round just yet.
Yeah, Yume there. Nice shot with the up. Onto the site now. She's gone. Camu ready on all fronts. And Falcons here are close to tying it up, Riku. First map alone going to the end of regulation. An overtime very possible here for Falcons.
Oh yeah, definitely. Again, remember the pattern that Falcons have, established for themselves over here in split number 2. They always win the first map, no matter what, in a series. So we'll have to see if that is going to be a pattern not breaking at all. Xipto, on the other hand, of course, it is quite like a huge amount of pressure. Piety does have that ultimate available, the lockdown for the following round, and a timeout just to secure this win on their end.
I mean, the pressure now is on Xipto. They're on the lesser buy here. Falcons coming into the second half, some big step-up players. We talked about Mary a while ago, but Camu as well. Usually an unsung hero. When she is needed the most, she shines brilliantly for this Falcons core. And I think really the Viper has used the space that Inari makes so well. She's always on the other angle, left weaker, because Xipto is busy looking for Inari and Alexi. And given that, the opportunity is what Falcon takes in these moments.
Yeah, 100%. That off angle from Camu up top really, shook a Xipto on having to hold their ground there on A. But now here we go. Lower by, a lockdown, a little bit close to the reckoning. This could be their key in securing this round, this map rather, for themselves.
And that's an interesting turret here for Piety, all the way for spawn.
Yeah.
So it's there to catch any deep mid plays instead here. The Falcons, if they suss out this hold, maybe good chance to go for the overrun. 2 stingers, Guardian, Vandal here for Xipto to work with. Falcons though, happy to play the default. Just look to see if we'll get the pipes play again from Xipto, and for now it's not gonna happen.
Yeah, that turret has been retracted. It's going to be placed somewhere else. Xipto playing the patience game. All they need to do is hold. All they need to do is punish. Finds the one.
It's so lined up. It's so lined up for Con with the contact there. This could be huge for Xipto and their chances. With that, time is bought for the rest of Xipto to rotate back towards A. The solo defender. Con has done wonders already. If the barrel gets seen though, that's the real question. Spike 2 to be planted. Lockdowns here. The flank coming in as well as Falcons under pressure.
Con unmoving at all. Gonna play off of the angle.
Very Mad B though, already getting the kills on their way. This lockdown could be massive! Catch onto Mad B there. And the Reckoning also into play. Xipto! On the lesser buy, there is no problem at all. They solved the puzzle that is a game 1 against Falcons, and they will take Icebox 13-11.
That is such a huge first map win on this grand finals for Xipto. That is a, again, momentum starter for them, and that is just really huge overall. It was quite close. Maybe they had a bit of a hard time trying to secure the 11 to 12 to get that match point, but nonetheless the timeout conversions really worked well, paid off to just deny that potential overtime that the Falcons really badly wanted for this first map in the series.
Yeah, and we came into the series right thinking Team Falcons, they're the ones with the bans, they're the ones bringing out the surprise icebox early on, and you could see that there's some new ideas there for Falcons with Alexi going over onto the Omen, but Xipto had plans of their own. When do you expect the Sage and Harbor to get a comeback going? Apparently here in the finals. But that's it for map number 1. We'll toss it over to the panel to break down what just happened in that map.
Thanks very much, Riku and Daks, and that was incredible, close game even coming in from Xipto, and I am surprised because they went in with an unusual comp, a no duelist comp, in fact bringing in 2 agents that have the ability to come back to life. The second chances that they have in the team have been phenomenal.
I really like the fact that they went for such a resource intensive comp, and you know, as I was saying, with this resource heavy comp that they're running, it does take a lot of responsibility and quite a high execution requirement. They did it so beautifully, compounding with such amazing mechanics. Tash, Xipto had this map essentially in the bag.
I think what's really great about Xipto, I think on that attacking side is where I was a bit more curious, right? Because this is a no duelist comp. Like, how are you going to be able to take up space as quickly as you would with a duelist? And the answer is so simple. It's just that they were using the utility, like what Riku said, to break down the sites into separate little angles, to be able to isolate, you know, space, to deny the information and space from Falcons. Yeah, after a while, Falcons did adapt. They start to understand that, you know, the amount of utility being used by Xipto can be a bit more heavy, and they won't have a lot for that post plant. But then you couple that with insane firepower and aim like this, and also a Con's ability to, you know, to frag out and also get enough points to ult, get a pick off, die, come back to life, get 2, and still be in the game is just so exasperating.
That's the thing, right? I mean, Falcons did such a good job of emphasizing these low resource rounds for Xipto with their great mid-round calling and honestly heroics from individual players to try and keep it close. But that's the problem, since Con and Yume were fragging out, having these extra lives on board, plus all the utility that they can throw out to Falcons, did such a great job of minimizing that initial impact Falcons like to bring. I feel like it was a bit of a quiet game on Aneri because of all these door stops Xipto did place, and plus the additional lives, as I mentioned. I also like that Xipto doubled down on their post-plant strength. I think this is something that we've talked about many times up to this series, and it's really been one of their strengths. So with a composition like this, I'm curious to see how they're gonna configure themselves up in the coming maps. because this is a wave of momentum, frankly, they can't waste.
Yeah, and I think in terms of first kills as well, both teams going nuclear in those first picks. Either it be from Neri, either it be from Khan, either even be from Capricious. I think Capricious in the first round got 4 with just the Sheriff moving all around that A site is just incredible. And to be able to have this tag team situation, these layers and layers in terms of positioning and hold, both teams excelled on that. But after all, it's Xipto for that very narrow win. And I have to say, it could have gone, like Riku said, both ways. Now, in this particular game, Yume going huge is honestly not surprising. It's different seeing Yume play a slower agent, right? Because she's usually on that Jet, she's on that Raze, excuse me, she's usually on that Neon. She's fast, she's quick, she's very in your face, but she's showing us a different style to her gameplay, a different I would say facet to her style of gameplay that shows that she can also play it slow, she can also play these long range fights, and she can also be just as oppressive on a stage.
Absolutely. I mean, this isn't the first time we've seen the volume fragger go on to the stage specifically, just because you get so much value with Rez being up online so often. And like you said, a lot of these long range fights, which we're really accustomed to not having too much of, especially on iceboxes, it can be incredibly wild. We're just happily being taken by Xipto here. And if they were heat checks, they were completely valid if we really look at sorry, words are hard, the result of these exchanges. So again, moving forward, I like that Xipto saw that there are exploitable weaknesses on Falcons, especially with the comps that they can field. If this is a running theme for the rest of the series, then they've really done their homework.
They really have, and that's why I really, emphasize on Coach Sia and his capabilities, to be able to do these preparations for these maps. For me personally, I get super excited to be able, to see his work and just really catch teams off guard. Whether or not he's going to be able to do that next map is to be seen, but for now, we're going to go on a quick break. After this, more Falcons versus Xipto. Welcome back, everyone. This is the Valorant Game Changer Southeast Asia. We saw an incredible Game 1, very close. Xipto looked very dominating with a very unusual comp. But Game 2, well, Map 2 rather, is still up in the air. Anyways, I'm Tash with Raf, your analyst for today. And now, Raf, what do you think? What do you think the vibes are going to be going into Map 2 for both these teams?
I feel like if you're Falcons Vega right now, that's the lead you wanted to obviously attain and maintain. But since we're going into Lotus, which when me and Daks were talking backstage again, I made a case on why Falcons should ban this map. Because it's another map that Xipto have been incredibly proficient with. But obviously, Daks' counterpoint was, oh, Falcons super good at it too. So, you know, it does kind of come down to a game of confidence. And speaking of confidence, from the way those last few rounds looked on Icebox, it didn't seem to hurt Falcons. In fact, I feel like everybody was still kind of in their game though. But another smaller problem that did arise from the comp that they had to play against was them taking a lot of these forced fights. For example, round 22, Camille swung the Sage, which, again, sure, if she got it, it could have been great. You know, the res would have been denied, but the result stated otherwise. And, you know, these are not the types of fights you see Camille take. These are not the types of fights that Falcons would like to force out. But then again, it is one of those heat of the moment type of thing. So in any case, Lotus, I feel like maybe the same philosophy could go into the structuring of the agent comp for Xipto, and Falcons may have to take that into consideration if they have to play against a hyper utility comp.
I think what's great about Xipto on this Lotus is the fact that when they are very active when it comes to take up space. A lot of fights and denial of that rubble. They like to force these fights, and you know what they want, which is basically they want these early fights. They want to be able to oppress very, very early. Falcons, I think, is a team that would happily take that in stride, but at the same time, you can start to see that they don't really want to take these early fights. They don't want to lose members very early. They want to have all this utility and bodies to be able to be used in that post plant itself. Regardless, I mean, yeah, Daks did bring up that very important point. Xipto is hella good at this map, and so is Falcons. It's a matter of who is better at going about it later. And for me personally, Xipto, at least when we saw them play yesterday, they looked very dominating. They looked very oppressive. They looked very quick, and most importantly, they like to abuse some holes that you are able to get on a 3-site map. But at the same time, I would argue the same case about Falcons. You maybe you can abuse it for 1 to 2 rounds, but Falcons are always quick to readjust and then shut them down. So it's a matter of, you know, we saw outplays upon outplays happening on map 1, right? I can expect the same thing to be happening here on Lotus as well.
Absolutely. And I feel like for Falcons, you kind of have to take a callback onto that previous series, or rather that first matchup with them against Xipto, where they really abused the fact that Xipto loves to over-rotate on some of these smaller maps. Maybe the space in the middle of Lotus could probably help them in that case, beat them at the transition game, because there were inklings of that on Icebox. Since they're playing such a util heavy comp, it does feel cumbersome to set up, especially on these post plants. But if they can play that game in the middle, or at least the Falcons can play that game in the middle, then they could maybe give themselves a bit more of a chance in some of these post plants.
Yeah, I think that when we talk about Lotus as well, I mean, in terms of recent matches, both teams went up against Hyper and both teams completely crushed them. I think the last few teams that really challenged Teams Falcons on this map as well was Orient GC, as well as Kitinganya on a 13-10. Now, coming in this particular one, I'm glad to see Yume back on that Neon. She's great at it, she's fast, she's very in your face, and she loves to go a little bit above and beyond when it comes to taking up that space, allowing for a lot of space to be made by a lot of space to be taken and abused by Xipto. At the same time, I would argue the same case for Aneri, especially when you pair her with Camille and even Mad V now to set her up for success.
Does look like there is a shift in some of those roles. I do appreciate Con going onto that chamber since she has the hot hand as of the moment, but both those Sentinel choices on the side of Xipto are incredibly active choices, incredibly proactive, especially the chamber, and you kind of need to get those early fights going to find value and maybe get that tour de force up. But hey, you know, it does look like Xipto have done their homework.
Yeah, I think it's great to be seeing these role swaps as well, especially since back in EMEA, Mary was that chamber main to abuse, you know, these verticalities. She's changing up the way she plays. She's a lot more dynamic. Let's see whether or not Xipto can beat Falcons at their own map, or will Falcons take it away from them. So on to our casters, Daks and Riku.
Thank you there to Tash and Raf. And come on, from a map win now to their map pick. Xipto Esports is the one in control of the series so far. But we know the story. We know that Team Falcons Vega can easily come back from a one-map disadvantage. Welcome, ladies and gents, to the grand finals. Daks here with Riku. And Riku, this is such a storied map as well for both teams. I think the biggest point here is I do believe for both the Xipto core as well as Falcons right now, this year, they haven't dropped this map at all within the Southeast Asian region.
I think the very biggest difference is that, of course, the glaring difference of what type of composition that they want to play in Lotus. But I think when it comes to more reps in the current split, it is indeed on the side of the Falcons that have played more on towards Lotus. I believe while you said they're undefeated, it's definitely on the Falcons that were able to just sort of I think they played like 4 different iterations of what type of composition that they want to play in this map. But on the other hand, they're pretty Xipto is pretty solid on their chamber, on their Vice, onto Lotus, just to make sure that to slow things down. But I think on the attacking side as well, they can be quite dominant, because when they went up against Hypa, it was an 11-2 start, which is quite a dominated start, and now they're going right in!
Yeah, and Xipto here, but Falcons ready for this one immediately! They knew that Xipto was gonna rush at them from the get-go! And Xipto, the one showing the red light in front of Falcons there. In the end, though, it's high time now for Falcons to pivot over onto that A side. You also have the lurk here from Alexi. So give it that. The plan comes on in. Alexi just waiting for the tidings from the sound cues themselves. Oh, Grahams was thinking about playing into upper, but not this time. Just group up. Instead, alongside Capricious, the rest of Falcons ready on the site.
Quite sneaky on the side of Xipto as they try to make an attempt, but it's going to be quite difficult trying to make that cross.
Yeah, they did take 3 away though, and here comes Capricious now swinging on by. Still the flank, the lurk. Alexi waiting for the perfect timing here. And here we go with the shots. Good for Capricious. Greyhounds with the fight back. But Falcons here with the pistol. A nice rotate there to win out the first round.
There was quite the case study analyzed, right? With the side of Falcons, they anticipated the rush coming from Yume on the Neon with that C push and missed from different directions, honestly, aside from C. And after that, the rest is pretty much history. They were able to get space onto A, and then the numbers advantage and a really good pistol round for the side of the Falcons.
Yeah, it was a fast conclusion to the round, honestly. Even though it took a while for the timer itself, Falcons are able to handle a lot of pressure Xipto can throw their way if they get rid of players like Yume, or in this case, Khan. The chamber's gone, no way to TP on out, and A again looking to be free real estate.
Again, it feels like the Falcons have really anticipated every single move so far. I know it's just round number 2, but they really know where to anticipate where the Xipto's angles are going to be coming from. And let's see now.
There's a lot of tape against Xipto, that's the thing. But Xipto still on the site, and Grahams! She stepped up on this map yesterday. She's doing so again. A triple now here for Grahams. As Alexi put it 1v2 again. 1v2, make that non-v2. Capricious! She's ready, and Xipto surprised many as Falcons kept swept away from the site.
I don't think the Falcons really saw that coming at all. They just pretty much flooded the rest of the site. Capricious able to get, Grahams and Capricious able to get those upgrades and just really mow the rest down and just create this unexpected play. As again, it was a fantastic start. Inuri finding the chamber, done deal, but then Grahams with a pistol to boot, upgrade to the Bulldog, and then again the cascade, the turn of events. Xipto, I think that's a really good momentum booster. Again, they came off from a victory in Icebox, and they could potentially do it again over here.
Xipto found the small nook and cranny to work it right. And Inuri finding Grahams though, that's a good pick here for Falcons. And given that it's a single rifle here for Team Falcons Vega, a few more picks. Flood perhaps towards A especially. The smoke towards stairs though. And Inuri and the rest getting closer and closer from A main. Watching out to this setup from Xipto. Backside held. Capricious playing on side. Yume from up top, but a single shot from Mad B is lethal. Capricious with the mow down. She's found 3. Khan also in position. And Mary's on alone with low HP. A small chance, but she hasn't given her position fully away. Now in the back of sight. Piety. Rounding the corner, perhaps. Here we go. With a drop down from Con as well. Mary. It's so tense here. Now a check on the drop. Here we go with the shots rendezvous. Mary gets another one. And now it's Piety versus Mary. The drop here. You don't expect it to happen twice. You don't expect the same angle twice here, Riku. And Piety gets the drop on Mary there. Xipto with the second round.
I was thinking that perhaps the turret could have spotted the second player coming from drop, but there are again many possibilities. The second player could come from stairs. That's why it's put there. But at the end of the day, that was just quite the ruckus coming from Capricious there made things very extra interesting. And in the end, of course, Piety's able to finish things off, and Xipto able to turn things around 2-1 despite the Falcons winning the first pistol round.
Yeah, but that's good ego damage there for Falcons. A hero rifle investment, getting 4 overall. It is the operator, though, out here for Con. That's been the case for this roster. Con can play the operator. Be very potent on it, especially with the chamber pick itself. On the other hand, now we see the smoke on up. The shear also in the way, I believe. Towards that C site.
Yep.
There's so much utility. And on both fronts, Riku. Both B and C. There is initial contact ready, courtesy of the defense. And Neri now creeping on up into the waterway itself. Time ticking as well. The Razor Vines just waiting for the trigger.
Oh,
Xipto makes the noise. They're the ones giving up that B hold. The lurk from Mary. Seems like Yuma's still sticking on around so far. And now Falcons will relent and move away.
and Mary needs to cross to be able to join the rest unless they actually double back and make it towards C. But the smoke is going to actually help Mary escape from all of this. Unless.
Mary's very patient here. Con right now goes for the warning shot. Now they know the operator station towards A. Here comes also the trademark into play, but Yume wins a big 1v1. No lurk now. Falcons again. Re-rotation towards C side as Xipto have hustled to the other side of the map here.
C is practically empty. No utility in the way. No players in the way coming
10
from the side of
seconds
Xipto. They have to really do this 5-man retake. Operator on the side of Con. And the rest are going to be from CT.
One comes out, and Airy again, happy to play that contact. Beautiful paranoia though, courtesy of Graham's. Can Capricious take advantage? It's Yuma instead who gets the backstab going. Graham's the swing. Xipto again out of nowhere. They just pile on and the corpses fall for Falcons.
They're pretty much stacked up into that one area. I think the anticipation and where everybody's going to be coming from was indeed correct. It's just that, again, it's Yume really foiling the plans, and now they've got Overdrive being taken over to the next round. It is going to be quite deadly, and the operator being translated onto the next as well. The patience game for both, again, Yume there is just incredibly deadly, and her just able to be of value at the latter parts of the round is still honestly just such a Yume thing to do, you know?
Yeah, that blind was just so beautiful. Sure, you get a lot of people on holes, but then just an immediate push from Waterfall there. That's exactly what Xipto does in these scenarios. Use that utility to get an extra angle. Just be right beside Falcons. And we saw that knife kill on Icebox a while ago. It's been the bread and butter here for Xipto. Here to get the backstab going. Now then, unexpected angle perhaps. Prowler though. Con has to shoot the shot. Not only that, he's sticking all around. Prowler for Prowler. Haunt now into play. They still know Xipto wants to play it close. Falcons burning utility, trying to just dislodge them. But instead, it's the lurk they want to regroup with, and on to A. Go Team Falcons Vega.
Toxins going up.
Able to at least safely transition out of there, but just as he said, utility-wise, they've burned quite a few. Now it is the party in Neri. Let's see if anybody's home. Nope. It's quite quiet. No music.
Yeah.
Nothing.
They just dip out real quick. Stairs instead there for Piety. Overdrive into play. Nightfall though gonna be the response here for Falcons, and they do get the plant going. 5v4 for now. And Neri still happy to hold as close as can be. And the rest of Xipto, they have to deal with so much in front of them. The Viper Spit, heavy investment here from Team Falcons Vega. At this point, it's something they really want to win. The swing out comes from Mary. The wide swing not good enough. Instead, the rest of Falcons do deliver with the Sheriff's cameo on the board. Graham's though on the site again. She's been pivotal on this A hold itself. Madby waiting patiently. Now behind the box. Madby with a fade away. Capricious there with the trade. But Falcons had the numbers and now they get the round.
That was still a little bit dicey for the side of Falcons there. Xipto really tried their best to see if they can make something happen and increase the gap once more. It felt like there was a possible angle. And then Neri's able to shut down the immediate overdrive being activated coming from drop. And this potential hold could have been quite deadly. But no, Falcons are going to be happy to take that one.
Yeah. Team Falcons, they invest a number of ultimates to make it happen. But now at least they do get the guns going here. Still a lot of money in the back here for Con. Another operator to play. 2 away from the 2 of the 4, so that's something that they can work with into the upcoming rounds if need be. The Falcons again towards his B site. Trying to make some noise, trigger that shear if possible. The chamber now dislodged over onto Waterfall. The paranoia preventing Con from swinging on out, and Falcons again see a C site to take.
Bomb buddy out.
Not a lot of utility to sort of slow this take down, but at least they're going to be coming from different angles. Piety, good find on Ineri.
Takedown, that's a takedown, and Camu also responding in kind. Color starting to show here for Team Falcons. Get a bit more bite into the game here. Fast lane though into play. Paranoia as well. Good blind. Alexi getting close to try and find the contact with Capricious instead of one. Finding a double of her own. Madby ready in position. Con again with a shot on the operator. It's 1v1. Con versus Madby. And Con, she's been so accurate throughout this game. An absolute marksman. Creeping closer now to the spike. Madby playing the timer well. Time ticking. Waiting on the swing. Madby, a mastermind of Team Falcons. And we are tied up.
No need for utility. Just playing, you know, slow and steady and patiently. And that is definitely the key. Madby played that so well into that 1v1. There's a lot of pressure for them to work with to get through that retake. And that's why pressure is definitely building. Again, I think that opening paranoia from the side of Xipto was very, very clean. It's just that the rest on water was not cleared, and Madby pretty much had free reign to stop, again, the rest of the members coming from Waterfall to enter the site.
Yeah, on top of the scoreboard, our IGL there for Falcons. Aggressive rubble hold trying at least for Xipto. They went for the push, they went for the stoppage. Falcons ready for that one. And they already catch Yume in the app. Con the only one with real firepower here thanks to the Tour de Force. The rest of Xipto on the pistols with Falcons. They're happy with a single kill, and for now they're gonna back off.
Meanwhile, you get to see Piety now on the aggression. We'll spot this rotation by a sound.
Alert,
But will
yeah.
she find a pick though?
This could be the timing. Camu, is she prepped for this one? She went for the shot, but Piety's just better. And with it, Xipto at least netting 1 for their troubles. Capricious also put in the same position here. Now contact versus Alexi, lockdown into play as well. Space for Falcons here to play towards B, but the rest of Xipto getting ready on the other side.
Yeah, Neri primed and positioned on towards Link just in case that's another angle for them to choose from.
Spike planted.
4v4, a possibility still for the side of Xipto. We've seen thrifties for both teams. And Con, Tour de Force.
Yeah, and Neri's watching this angle. Mini door held well, but the Tour de Force still can't find the shots. Smoke coming out towards B main as well, and Xipto now. They can push out from Waterfall here alongside top mid. Hot broken. Xipto now going for the push. Alexi, she's just at attention. A 3k for Alexi, and then Neri with a double of her own. Firepower from Falcons. Now they have the lead.
What a clean hold for the side of the Falcons. The loss of Camu, despite, you know, Xipto being on 50 round, there's still that big threat coming from Con with Tour de Force activated. So without the controller available on that round, FLC is still able to hold their ground on towards the spike. Let's see now, though. Capricious now has Nightfall from the Shadows and Steel Garden, which will be really critical to just even out the numbers here on the scoreboard.
Yeah, take two, a bit of deja vu. Rumble contested, but this time Xipto, a lot more confidence. And they didn't send the Neon in, went for the stun. They're from the Shadows though, already sniffed out, and Xipto ready on both fronts there. Con with a catch onto Alexi. As Falcons now having to creep on out. Can't use the talk screen anymore, but they still have Rubble to play with.
A crazy angle there coming from Con, and she could possibly do it again here from doors. Spotted. And we'll get challenged.
Now, seems doesn't connect, but Inari shot does. Madby as well. Low HP for Inari. Could be just the first shot there from Graham to do her in. Mary with the trade though. Falcons doing well to make these 1-for-1s, but can anyone expect Yume to peek on out? She dares through the smoke, and now she wins the fight versus Madby. Numbers equalize. And it's all about the flanks here. Piety also creeping on up. Mary though, she's aware, she's ready. To Yume now, and Yume is keeping the game going. It's still Yume now in position. Camu with the swing peeking out there. Spike, Camu swings, but Yume! Unstoppable throughout this game! A triple here to tie it all up, and Xipto still keeping up with Falcons for now.
Crazy stuff coming from Yume there. I mean, that big 1v3, identifying where the last remaining player is, having to play such mind games, tapping the spike once and anticipating the peak from the last player of the Falcons, and in the end is rewarded. It looked really dire already after the flood from doors and able to get the spike down, but Yume able to surgically remove each and every one on that round, and they're rewarded into another even score. I mean, just as you said, Daks, both of these teams have not lost Lotus in this split, so it just makes sense how close this is.
Yeah, and it's neck and neck here, especially thanks to Yume. She has become the pace changer here. No one expects those swings to come out, but the Neon, she is just rewarded with her aggression. In any case, Falcons now. Orb to be taken, and Mary one away from the showstopper into the lair. Oh, Piety here perhaps. She's gonna thorn on their side thanks to those flanks. Now Inari flies on high. Nightfall gives them space to work with. Also the Decay doing some immense damage. Nightfall for Nightfall. Showstopper now should send it down, and Yume couldn't even fight back. Falcons here, overwhelming presence. Even the paint shells, why don't you? And Neri, the full kit, doing it all. Onto Halls. It's the trade coming in from Kamiyu. And Falcons now onto 5.
Maximum value coming from Eneri. Every single utility counted in that round and translated into such a flawless, performance coming from Eneri. And once again, if we see, this type of performance every single round, you can really, again, Lotus could possibly be deadly against Xipto.
Yeah, and Xipto here, most of the protocols on the defense is what they can get away with either cons, peaks, and TP outs. Or, on the other hand, when Yume is the one who finds the push. But since Xipto doesn't have that breach, they have that chamber and device instead for the double sentinel, Yume really needs to find their own openings here. Falcons taking advantage. And I think really, Riku, one of the biggest fights we've seen so far has been for Rubble. And more often than not, it's Falcons who still keep control of it to use as a staging ground for the rest of the round.
Yeah, they're able to open up a couple of transitions. Maybe they find Con in an angle, first blood, -1, transition that to maybe slow down the pace to C or translate to B. Or maybe so far, A hasn't been an actual hit in a while. So perhaps Falcons, once they open that up, especially that it's going to be an eco for the side of Xipto, things could be very, very difficult quite quickly. I think one thing I noticed, though, that the Steel Garden has been held on for quite some time on the side of Piety. There hasn't been an opportune moment to actually release that, but if they find an opportunity to do so, perhaps this round could open things up, because this is already the first half.
Yeah, and more often than not, right, she's on the lurk within the retake scenario. But Falcons now, an A side looking for free here. Xipto, on the other hand, they didn't want to go for the push towards B, but it's not going to happen this time around. Inari immediately reading the push out there from Heaven. And a single shot there should be enough to spray. Perfect to find pick.
Spike planted.
Yume over onto the corner of drop as well. Boom, what now? Sees is there. This is tough. Where can you even go, Yume? The floor is lava everywhere except that corner. And now Inari has come to connect. Inari just racking up the kills. She's good for 4 and hungry for the ace. Con tried to fight back with a headhunter here, but Inari, she wants to kill. She wants to clip. Here we go with the blast back, but Con! The ultimate denial there. The round should still be Falcons. But Con And he's smiling after that single kill. Time ticking. Camu swing. Nice kill again from Con. But with time running on out, Falcons, they're just prepped towards Rumble. Swing out comes. And 6-4 here for Team Falcons Vega.
You know, I love that. The floor is lava. No, Ineri is lava. She is on fire right now. Unfortunately, not getting the ace, but nonetheless, it really opened up the entire map, entire site rather, and really delivered that round win for themselves, increase the gap even more. You can really tell from the previous round that Ineri is starting to ramp up. You know, Icebox into Lotus, you get to see how incredibly online Ineri is now.
Yeah, ramp up is an understatement. 15 kills above and beyond everyone else on the scoreboard right now. And still remember what she did against Xipto last time around. Over 20 first kills in that best of 3. Fully expecting Ineri to put up those same numbers throughout a whole best of 5. Rumble again though, the staging ground that we've said. Falcons taking it for now. And a 2-step here from Xipto. On the other side, Capricious Piety. A lot of work to be done. The Steel Garden still at the ready here for the Vice.
Be quite pivotal in this round. Again, hasn't found the right time just yet to use it. Needs the conditions must be met. And with 60 seconds on the clock, Spike is hovering over there, and we already get to see a long flank now coming from the side of Khan.
Finally now, the Vice ult burn. The wall also is up, and Madvi, she is in no man's land at all. Just isolated by Piety there. And Naruto with a classic of all things. Showstopper too late to the party. And as Yumin nets that kill, it's still more work to be done. Into the smoke, it is Camille's domain. And Falcons now have made it to 7.
Despite being sandwiched by the rest of Xipto, the Falcons is still pretty much ready. You're able to see this long flank coming from Khan. Different directions. Xipto was sort of flooding by towards A. Steel Garden used as well, getting first blood, basically finding Mad V sort of caught out in this corner. But at the end of the day, the response on this flood instead, it's like the anti-sandwich, if you will, Dax. What is an anti-sandwich?
It's where you put the meat outside and the bread in the middle.
The bun's in the middle. Yeah,
the bun
exactly.
is in the middle, and I don't know how you're supposed to eat that one without the tissue. But hey, Falcons now, the lurk up from Mary towards B, trigger the sheer condo. This is exactly what Xipto have been hoping for throughout these rounds. A first pick, especially onto Alexi. Nowhere Viper Spit for the rest of the half here.
And that's incredibly crucial here to get the hold. And now Khan, they visit his domain, able to get one. But the slow coming from the vines is going to access Xipto for this big rotate.
Yeah, it's tough for Falcons to really push out even after that pick. The Vice of Piety still around. Cameo now making her way through the bend with the spike. This could be dangerous because the stun comes up and the lightning fingers are a go. Yume, yet again, a storm is brewing. And here comes Yume ready to strike. She's getting the zap off, but Camu able to weather that one. 2v2, but critical HP for Camu. Ineri also quite low. The shot comes in. Camu's gone. The peekaboo from Capricious should be enough, but Ineri! How does she stay alive? The clutch after the quad, and we see the half end 8-4.
There is no way. And Neri, again, the ramp up, it still continues to press on. And in such a crucial clutch again towards this round, she's like the opener and the closing. And honestly, it did feel like it was a possibility for Capricious able to clutch this one out, but the transfer was just so clean from Neri.
Yeah. The beginning and the end. The alpha, the omega. Riku, 20 kills here for Ineri. And we're not even into the second half yet. But we're on to our halftime break here, guys. And so far, so good. It is Team Falcons Vega in control. 8-4. A lot more commanding compared to that first map. I see a lot more confident from Team Falcons. And I gotta wonder, the game plan from Xipto feels like it's being understood well by Team Falcons, especially where they're really keeping tabs on both Kon and Yume and where they're at around the map.
Yeah, I think so too. I think so far they've been denying a lot of impact that Kon and Yume really want to do on Lotus, and we get to see some clutches here and there for both of these players, but nonetheless, Neri is definitely really online. The multi-frags on every single round, back to back to back. It started with that 4K, after that the ace denial, and then this big clutch with a 1v2 situation. Again, it's really scary to know that, you know, Neri's online, you transition that to the second half, on where you really have to utilize, there's extra pressure now towards Khan to make these plays, and Yume to entry on the second half. When we look at Hypa, when they went up against Hypa, again, it was like, what? Their attacking side was, what, 11-2 or something like that, and it's just like a really good statement to see, and I'm so excited to see how the attacking side fares, because it looks like that must be one of the key factors on how they're able to get a lot of these victories onto Lotus.
Yeah, it was 11-1, and both sides do favor the attacking side. Xipto still not out of this one. 4 rounds serviceable for them in their endeavors coming into the second half here. And looking at, of course, how Xipto has been playing this Capricious, she has been getting some good multi-kills within those sites. But it's usually players like Yume, Grahams, and Kon, the ones to carry those into round wins. So let's see if they can wake on up coming into their attacking side and into the setup that Mary have ready towards A.
You see right now, again, it's going to be a solid defense. They're just going right in, destroying a lot of this utility and baiting it out, and Yume can just practically go again.
Yeah.
Able to escape, actually.
They're willing to give it up, though. The Sheer should spot the lurk there from Falcons to the flank. Gonna be exposed, but that's 3 players still putting the pressure on. Spike planted. Now Xipto aware of danger on all fronts. Kon here, creeping up closer, wants to go for the fight early on, but Mary showing her what the free gun can do. Cameo as well, catching out Yume. Things looking good for Falcons so far, and now the reinforcements have arrived. Prowler bit a spot onto the tree hold. Piety, though, able to handle that one. Not for long. Falcons now all on the board. Capricious trying to be cheeky, but Mary's just so aware, and Falcons now a pistol here.
Yeah, the 5-man retake there on the side of the Falcons is just so clean. Mary again catching the rest of Xipto off guard, and dealing that first blood to open up the rest of the A site. And honestly, again, the sharp shooting from Falcons, it just feels like it's such a different game now compared to Icebox. It feels like they're not as rattled. Before, it felt like they had to adapt every single round with what Xipto is doing. But this time around, they're more calm and collected, and they definitely have like the set play, and the set plays that they have are definitely working.
Yeah, they're more prepared for Xipto's comp here compared to Icebox. No one expected that, but hey, and Neri has went duck hunting, and Yume is the prize to be caught. So the outlaw's good for the 1, and Neri, he wants a few more kills here to build up the showstopper, and there you have it. Capricious delivers herself on a silver platter. 2 down. Alexi also finding the lurk on out. Canary, I've seen her push, even with these rifles, just holding onto the pistol. Exactly that! And Neri! Classic is all you need. A champion skin, why don't you? PRX represent, but Team Falcons Vega to double digits.
And Neri going crazy in Lotus right now. Again, to be able to sort of solo that side, even catch Yume mid-jump, trying to cross through rubble. And after that, I transition through a tree. Inside the smoke I go. The right clicks be deadly. And Falcons now at the double digits. Crazy stuff.
It's like a respect game. Oh, you guys only have pistols? No problem. I'll bring mine out as well.
I'll do the same.
We've seen an Neri do that, though. Push out with even an operator and outlaw. Now the outlaw continues the damage. And Kon, shin shattering. That is big damage done here by Team Falcons. The chamber gone. Now they creep up towards main here. But it isn't the most confident effort here from Xipto. The smoke comes in, and Neri still sending out utility. Smoke out 2 here from Falcons, and they're getting prepped for a potential A hit.
Let's see here, yeah, Neri already down to half HP, but willing to get more before she falls, potentially. Perhaps a multiple. Now towards B, this is going to be a massive sandwich from multiple directions for this retake from the Falcons.
Yeah, through mini door now. Falcons still willing to give up those spots. Cameo though, overrun. Thinking about the C hit, they don't know yet! Now, they realize Mary's around, but Yume has arrived just in time for Xipto to make the C site happen.
And now it's down to this big 3v4, but a lot of
Spike planted.
members that are low health. Piety and Yume must get value off of their lives, gain information before they fall, maybe get one. Let's see.
Fortunate timing there from Xipto. Now they're in position to try and take it. A 1-for-1 yet again as Falcons looking to do some more damage on their bonus here. But Yume, oh, it's gonna drop and Neri faster on the reaction. Alexi though caught in the middle. Everything left to Neri here, but it's 2v1 looking so unlikely, and even the knife out there. Timing's good for Grahams, and Xipto at least get the round in this half.
Good decision making coming from the side of Xipto there. Just trying to scout out A. They spot out the deadly Ineri is over there primed in position once again. Despite losing Khan on a numbers deficit. Moved to B. Just basically opened and paved the way through Waterfall onto C. I really thought that was going to be the death of that round because there's still 2 members still onto C. But, you know, good thing Yume was able to just eliminate the problems on that side. They're able to at least, you know, deny that 11th away from FLC for now.
Yeah, that could have been scary, right, with Mary still around. But now Falcons with the bye. And not only does Ineri have the showstopper already now after all those kills, but the operator as well, understanding the pace of Xipto here. Yume, though, she's the one who can always throw a wrench in those plans. Mary, Alexi, alongside Camu. The C site is looking to be a fortress built by Falcons. And if Xipto does dare cross that way, it's tough, but this should dissuade them now. And Neri finding Khan, no real chance to go elsewhere here perhaps. Maybe B. They go towards the door and look to regroup here with Piety.
Oh, Capricious still staying just in case somebody rotates and tries to push towards B through that crevice, through that entrance. But a bit of a break, the quiet before the storm. Mad V will be first contact here against 3. Spots out the rest.
And well controlled here by Falcons so far. And Mad V this time ready for Yume's antics. Mary as well, the double coming on in. And the Falcons, Vega commanding round here. 11 now their score.
The confidence of Falcons is night and day. Lotus Icebox, and you know, it's very understandable because Icebox is a map that both of the teams haven't played, so they really don't know what to expect. But Lotus, this is a map that is very familiar to, I feel like it's the entire scene. It feels like they know what to expect already, and because of that, Xipto will now, you know, call the first timeout in this map.
Yeah, Xipto Esports just having a tough time here, getting read again by Falcons. And where do you even go at this point? Look at C, how held together it was by utility and players. B is an easy rotation point for Falcons to work with. And Neri has just been a one-man army. 27 on the board. The operator showing its true colors. And as of now, they have no answers for Neri at all.
And that's the thing. You can tell that the pressure is just quite heavy on Khan's shoulders because practically with, you know, you're practically, you know, assigned to deal with Ineri on the 1v1 on A with that very, very long angle at Rubble. So it's almost, it feels like that's going to be the story unless you can sort of flood Ineri off her angle and just fight as a group. But they've tried that, and so far, first blood goes to Ineri every single time. Showstopper not even utilized in some of the previous rounds, not forced out of her just yet.
Yeah, and this is why they made that swap and rolls there. Mary, incredible player, can play anything, and she's proving it with the Killjoy too. But Ineri on Duelist, especially within her home region, you can see the comfort, you can see the value. And Falcons right now are just flying high thanks to those kills. Can he continue though? A Xipto, a hero rifle for Khan, a default push. There's a spike left behind for now. They're making their presence known. Towards main though, door opens. Alexi keeping tabs of Tree alongside the poison cloud itself. But then again, Xipto still wary of the anchors there from Falcon. Spike number 3, but look at this, Riku. Who's the one pushing? Who is the one getting deeper and deeper? She's brought the shovel in the form of the operator. And Ineri might actually get a slice out of nowhere. Overdrive though towards that B side. Ineri still creeping on up. It's given up here by Falcons so far. Xipto on B, but there's still so many angles. Gone though. Nice shot. Action continues here. The Prowler gets the collection. Mad V now looking to get the catch. Here comes the C's as well. Low HP. Ineri though out of nowhere. Alexi now has found value as well. Falcons with the man advantage here. It's a 4v3. Con able to equalize for now. Showstopper. Ineri looking extended, but surprise, surprise. Capricious around. Cameo though, eye on the prize! Falcons just sneaking it away! Some 2, some 3 kills from Cameo for good measure! And it's map point for Team Falcons!
That is just, again, icing on the cake. Multiple layers at that. Having to get that spike defused so sneakily and getting 3 right off the bat. Just, again, adding a lot of pain. And I really like this adjustment coming from Xipto. You know, having to just get the spike, you know, a bit more sneakily towards B. But again, Ineri having to come from C with that very patient flank. Again, foiled another different sort of plan that Xipto wanted to try.
Yeah, as soon as she got that pick, that was B for free. And that's why Cameo could get away with the spike defuse. Xipto now running out of lives. A last chance here on Lotus. A big gap to try and bridge. Seen Xipto though do this before, and Matthew on the other hand looking to shut that down. Big kill though from Con. And Ineri gone this early is a huge pickup, and I do believe that's a gun on the ground to be used. Cameo still hot from the last round with that Guardian. Yume looking to play the close angle, but it's gonna be a B take here from Xipto.
There we gone, Mad V gone. Upgrade on from Con as well with another rifle. His hold will be really scary for the side of Xipto.
Watch out there for upper. It's Alexi and Mary looking to pop out at a moment's notice. Cameo again. The timing is impeccable from Falcons. The sight is clear. They can just stick it. And Con's the one who needs to hustle that way. Con's good for the one. Con's good for one more. But there's just no way. Falcons again. Just stick it where the sun don't shine. And Falcons for now. That's going to be them equalizing things up. Lotus is taking in commanding fashion. 13-5. Impressive from Team Falcons.
What an ending! What a retake! Quite the impressive stuff from the side of the Falcons. Ultimate coordination. That was the kind of display that they showed, and it was incredibly impressive. There was a bit of, you know, this sort of chance coming from Con, but it was a tad too late, and the stick on the defuse was really, again, so incredible to watch. And 1-for-1 here on the series, Dax. What an incredible grand final so far we're having today.
Yeah, but that was very convincing there from Team Falcons.
For sure.
A standard that we expect from Team Falcons Vega, and the retakes towards B just icing on the cake. But really, the story of the day, the story of the map would be Ineri. Big game from her, big moment for Team Falcons, and we'll toss it over to the panel, of course, to see how Team Falcons did equalize the series now.
I have to completely agree with you, Dax. Ineri was really the story of that game. She really activated after that round 10 where she's able to look hot. She was aggressive, she was fast, she was quick. She was getting 4Ks upon 4Ks, whether it be a rifle, whether it be with a classic even. And it has just really changed the trajectory and even mindset of the Falcons players.
Oh my goodness, speaking of those first 10 rounds, I think I was having like a meltdown. I was pulling at my hair, and I realized, right, I have a job to do. We're not here to just watch the games, but it did feel like a lot of those individual duels just didn't go in the way of Falcons early on. And it felt like whatever they were trying to execute, despite getting the first drop onto Xipto just had so many sharpshooters on their end of the floor. But again, this is where you kind of have to factor in the all-star, Ineri. You do need someone to pull you out of that bog, out of that doldrum. And, you know, once she started fragging out, gave everybody a little bit of time to reset and some breathing room. That's when the rest of the team started popping off. That's when Falcons started to spread their wings.
It's interesting because when you talk about Neri, you know, you have seen like some setups for her, especially on round number 12. You know, Khan got 2 early kills and the rest of her team just fell, and suddenly she was able to get this isolated 1v1s all around the map, just go completely nuclear. I think this was the particular round that I'm actually mentioning here right now. Gets a pick up with the util and somehow moves on the map. It's really hard to pinpoint where she is, and it's hard to really get a timing on her, but she's constantly moving around that map. And I think also what's really scary is the fact that, you know, it just required that one good round for her to really come online. And as soon as she was online, she was out here taking all these jewels in stride, taking out space and just completely going into Xipto's faces. And I think these rounds upon round losses for Xipto, it felt like they started to get very disconnected. It felt like they weren't maybe calming, or maybe they were a little bit more tilted. I'm not too sure. But Falcons, yeah, I mean, we had a conversation with them the other day about losing map 1. What does that mean for them? And they said, well, map 1 is a bit shaky. We can't really shoot usually, but once we're hot, we start to go very quick and aggressive. And I have to say, you know what we talked about in that pre-show about how Aneri really shines when she's allowed to go roam and go fast quickly. This is exactly a classic example of that.
Another thing is too, like on the flip side of things, I think Xipto had a lot of great things going for them, especially Con. She was buying so much space for the team. I think it was like round 22 again, where they had like this really slow execute towards B. It looks like they were getting boxed in. We had Con leak through vent and get a few picks, but ultimately that round did still fall into Falcons. But once again, that's something that we have to take into consideration. Both Con and actually really everybody on this team is looking to make these plays to give Xipto space for that bigger execute. And again, for the first like 4 rounds, it looked so good up until Falcons just started winning those toss-ups. So now we are 1 apiece on the board. As we mentioned, there is a very real chance of this day being a long one.
I'm wondering if I actually jinxed that. But anyway, 400 ACS, another day in the office for Aneri. Quick enough for her. And I think that, you know, having this raise on her looks good. I mean, I put a head-to-head between Yume as well as her with the agent picks, right? What the value of a Neon can be. Yume did do well to be able to go for these 1v2s, a retake even in one of those rounds, which was incredible. But Aneri, her multi-frags, the amount of 4Ks she's got, the entire map is just insane. Her team really set her up for it, you know, with the Fade ult, the Haunt, or even, you know, just being able to just kind of like rally for her as she comes onto that site itself. It's really hard to pinpoint where exactly she's gonna go here. And I'm just mostly worried about Xipto, because Falcons, one thing about them is that they're very momentum heavy. When they feel good, they shoot well, and when you shoot well, you have a Neri just being the tip of the spear to go all the way CT side, catch you off guard. And that is the worry I have for them. I'm really hoping that Xipto can pull themselves back together, but for now, we're gonna go for a quick break. Map 3 coming right after this. Do not go anywhere.
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make us free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money long, nothing on credit. I got style, don't catch no feelings. All this bread ain't got no lettuce. I got style, don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me.
Incredible stuff coming in from Falcons, showing us insane tenacity and mindset. They may have started off on the back foot, but the comebacks are swinging. I can have to say, there's nothing more I can add to that.
I had to like take a sip of coffee and clean myself up here because the last two maps have been incredibly stressful because again there's so many moments where you just go what oh okay, well now we're fine again. So it's really been super up and down, really, for both these teams. Because let's be honest here, we're fans of both of these teams. We're excited for both of these teams to do well. And quite frankly, this is probably the most stressful stage of the tournament, the highest stake. It is a long series too. So if we're getting stressed, I'm really curious how the players are holding up at this point too, Tash.
Yeah, I think we had a brief conversation during the break about player mental, and it feels, and that's why I opened up with the mental situation, because I feel Falcons are definitely a team that's okay with losing a few rounds in a row in the beginning, and once they figured out the puzzle, the Rubik's Cube of how exactly each team ticks, they start to take advantage, and it looks very oppressive. That map in particular, it was a Neri upon a Neri taking 4Ks and 4Ks and 4Ks. It was setting up a Neri for success. It's a Neri, let me throw you an ult, let me throw you a haunt, and you just go around the area and just start shooting hits. There were huge moments where Yume was able to go huge. She won this insane 1v2, 1v3 in a retake as well, isolating fights. But it was Mary to really up the ante here for Falcons. And I feel like for Xipto, as the more rounds they start to lose, the more they look so disconnected. They weren't moving as a team. They were so stretched out throughout the entirety of the map, which I feel like Falcons were able to take advantage of, and most importantly, they were able to catch them in that mid rotation. And that is the question I have for them as we go into this third map, Split. And for me personally, Split is a map that you have to be quick on the rotation. You have to be able to to do your due diligence when it comes to utility, when it comes to swinging off each other, when it comes to playing off one another as well.
See, the thing is too, like if you're Xipto and you're really trying to refine your transition game and try to find those lurkers on the defending, and you're still burning a lot of time, you're burning a lot of resource, and by the time you got back onto the site or your main execute, you may have lost like a key piece of utility in a judgment call or in a situation that really called for it for you to survive. And Falcons, I think the most obvious thing in this matchup is their mid-round calling. There's just so much confidence in each other to make the right play when the chaos really erupts. And I feel like that's a definite edge, right? Because we see the executes of Xipto, we see them on their postmans. They're great. I think they're fantastic. I think they're really up there. But once things start to get fluid, once things start to be in motion, that's when the structure feels a little too rigid for them to succeed in the long run, at least in this series.
Yeah, I think that's what we talked about. We talk about execution, counterplay, but it feels like adaptability, not quite there yet. And I think if you want to bring it back, I think both teams did play each other just yesterday. The day before yesterday. You know what? At this point in time, it's just such an illusion.
It was
for
yesterday.
Me. It was yesterday. Thank you so much.
yesterday.
Yeah, that Falcons played against Xipto yesterday, and it happened to be an interesting map if you ask me, because Falcons were able to win against Xipto GC in a 13-9, and in the first half especially, it was very, very close. It was very, very back and forth. I think on defense side, Falcons were able to go 7-5, and on attack was 6-4. It was a lot more, I would say, balanced in terms of the attack and defense in terms of strats. But for Xipto, they're a little bit more proficient, I feel, on the attacking side, where they're able to just really control the tempo, bring the heat, and really dictate how the game should go.
Oh, splits rematch. And well, this is where I feel like Xipto actually displayed most of their like gaps in terms of their defense, and Falcons really adjusted to. But like you said, there's a lot of like reference material for them to work off now. I like that there's some statistics here to play off. 0%, not really inspiring a lot of confidence in my opinion, but it's there. It's unavoidable. I like the Yoru pick, especially as of late, where everybody's been getting really creative with the clone. It's to set off the trips, the whatever needs to get shot at, whatever needs to get removed from play.
Nation.
Really blame Durka for that one, especially with the potential to flank and leak onto the safe side of the defense. It's great. And plus, if that's not working out, you still have a flash. You're still a duelist. You can still shoot. So really, Yoru has turned out to be one of the more well-rounded agents in the game.
Yeah, I think we saw a moment yesterday how Ayumi can get a bit more creative with the Yoru, playing a Yoru like a jet. Let's see whether or not the Yoru will be used the same way or a little bit more interestingly, as I pass over the mic on to Riku and Daks.
And into map number 3 we go. We're back here with the grand finals and into splits for Team Falcons Vega as well as Xipto Esports GC. Daks and Riku still on the mic for this one. And Riku, come on, this match has been pretty exciting. We did see Xipto win out the first map, and then Team Falcons dominate into the second. Coming into split though, this is a repeat from yesterday's upper bracket finals, and it was Team Falcons taking that 13-9.
Yeah, exactly. I think the attacking side of Xipto started off in such a rough patch, but towards the tail end, they were able to sort of figure things out. But then again, it was already at the tail ends of the first half, and they have to basically adapt all over again, which, you know, Team Falcons, I think they are just, again, the veteranship is truly showing in this squad, in the core, in the roster. And, you know, if there's going to be another repeat execution, I wouldn't be surprised at all, especially with what we've seen on Lotus. If Eneri keeps doing it again, it's gonna be crazy.
Yeah, and our panel did talk about the mental here. We heard from Madvi yesterday for Team Falcons that they're ready for any region, whether they play EMEA, whether they play here in Pacific and Southeast Asia. And you can see the veteranship helps them in a pinch. Xipto, on the other hand, need to shake off the results from the last map, and Con on the deadlock was a big decisive factor for Xipto yesterday. Deadly when needed. Quick little grab net, down Falcons. Now the barrier mesh into play. Alexi though, she's been practicing those clears since yesterday. They cross them through the wall. Here they come onto the side. Alexi, Eneri, Falcons making their way towards B.
To still jump through
the
entire wall.
He was practicing that so much yesterday. It's like, oh, there's a wall here. Satchel 1, Satchel 2. Okay, we're good. Painful's into play though. It's a spikes planted here, Riku.
Oh, that's crazy. And, you know, you get to see that they've been anticipating this. Let's see how Yumi's able to open the map or the site for the rest of the team.
Yeah, Mary here, holding towards Garage. Capricious, looking to creep on up.
Timing.
Paranoia though, allows Xipto. A foothold onto the side, Grahams. Getting the trade going, but Eneri, she's not done, she continues. The hot streak from the last map. A 3-kill already. Big TP as well, and Capricious. Now she checks, but Eneri, she's been good for quads all day, and that's one more for her. A pistol for Team Falcons.
And a 4K again, to open up split for the Falcons, and that's something that is definitely gonna make you sweat if you're on the side of Xipto Esports. And again, it was quite the clean execution. If you anticipate and know what's coming, there is most likely a way to sort of react appropriately to basically what's coming. And I think that's the summary of what happened in the pistol round.
Yeah, and pistols have been so good for Team Falcons. They've won every single pistol except one so far within the series. Allows them to play into their anti-eco. And with it, a Phantom in the hands of Neri. But since she got a 4K a while ago, he also has full armor. So well kitted coming into this round. Capricious alongside Yume. Seems like also there's gonna be a heaven hold from Greyhound's Prowler now. Spotting out the heaven presence. Capricious still sticking around on the site. As Falcons now marking the lurk. Mary with the pick onto Piety. That could be Falcons rotating if need be, but seems like they're still sticking around A side.
Yeah, Neri tagged up quite a bit by Capricious. Practically 1 HP. But now the silence forces the rest of Xipto to sort of shift their attention towards mid. Maybe a rotate can possibly happen, but they're still quite patient.
Yeah, Falcons was waiting for that one. Alexi though, blocked by Capricious. Now onto A. Go team Falcons, Vega. Still present to be held. Khan and Yume looking to peek out beyond the smoke.
Last enemy remaining.
From heaven. That's one gone. One more to go. Mary keeping tabs well throughout the map. The grab net, sure, but the swing from ramps. 5 HP from Neri. This is brave. This is the Yoru just going for it. And can Neri get done? Not gonna happen. Trade comes in from Camille, who did pick up the Phantom a while ago. It's the second round for Team Falcons Vega.
Beautiful stuff by Falcons. Very clean. I actually have no idea how Neri is able to survive for that long to still be able to spot out the last player onto tower. But again, Neri did a fantastic job holding her own, watching out the flank onto sewers, and able to rejoin the rest of the squad. Another clean buy around the side of FLC. And the scary thing is, because Neri was able to get a couple of frags, just 2 away from the dimensional drift, so that will be handy in the next round possibly.
Yeah, this is still double duelist. This still Alexi and Neri looking to hold the W key and get in there. But Greyhounds puts a stop to it early as Neri's gone. Capricious with that kill. It's 2 for 1 in favor of Xipto. And I'm looking to see on the other side of the battle what Neri can do. On the lurk now. But sniffed out here by Con. Barrier mesh in the way. Grab net. Oh, Neri getting into cover. Well done. But then again, this is still Xipto's to hold. They've stopped the initial push. Alexi and Madvi. A tough task ahead of them, but no one checking really outside garage as of yet. Greyhounds will be the first contact, and there she comes, and there she goes. Incredible peek into a pick. Xipto controlling the pace well. Another one from Greyhounds. She's really heating on up. This is a round defined by the Omen.
I know, constantly shifting from one angle to another. Quite the pesky target. Graham's could get another at this one.
Oh,
and there you go, a 4K for herself as well.
What's with 4Ks today? It's just been the case for many of our players. Graham Stowe, formerly the duelist here of Xipto in Split 1. Showing again flexibility within those roles, within the roster. And even on the Omen, she knows exactly how to play these angles. One by one, dismantling Falcons.
Exactly, every single one dares challenge her has fallen. But Neri, though, gonna be on the operator, the attacking operator at that primed in position from sewers in a different angle, looking towards mid. We'll see if she is able to find a pick.
Oh, Mary might walk into danger, and exactly that. Just expected. That's Con. We're gonna do the 1v1 dance again. No, instead, that's 3 players looking at her. And Falcons now. Attacking operator even more interesting. And Neri, she is willing to push even when she holds the op. One away from the dimensional drift as well, as Falcons take mid for now.
Baiting out a reaction. Onto ropes, making noises. Deciding to go to heaven instead. Piety will be first contact here, but might get scared off by the flash if that is indeed an option. No.
Yep.
Decide a little peek here.
And Neri, she was baiting that one. But in the end, Piety gets it into cover in time. And Xipto, sure, seeding heaven control, but still have the numbers around that B-side. Paranoia as well. But no push yet from Team Falcons.
Yeah. Quite interesting. Gonna take the long route from the shadows, activated just to see and scout.
But they're gonna re-rotate towards garage instead. Alexi could be the distraction here. Solo Bolo towards heaven. Piety though will be able to get the creep on up. And Piety, Xipto just pieing those corners well. And they know exactly how to play the close hold. Shuttle from Neri decapitates Piety. A big one there for Neri. Now online with the ultimate if need be. Plant goes down. Madvi as well. Looking to get in position. A 3v4 though. A tough ass here for Falcons. Camu needs to come up big, but no dice. Yume instead will find her. Capricious on the board. It's all Xipto here. Retake looking good. Oh, the blast back even making it easier for Grahams to get that one. We're tied up.
Beautiful stuff here by Xipto. You gotta love what that retake has done. At first, I was a bit worried where they were already rotating towards A, but once Piety found the pick on towards Alexi, it basically, okay, the jig is up. It is going to be a B hit, and you know, practically the rest is history as well. I love. Again, this Viper wall into the barrier mesh coming from the deadlock. It really opens up a lot of angles on how you can push and challenge that part of the map.
It's just so oppressive. The sideline's broken. You can't even
Yep.
go for the close hold itself.
No.
And overall, right, it's just so oppressive between Con and Piety with that utility. It's been, I'd say, a bit of adjustment from Xipto on the defense. They did want to send off the deadlock in many different directions, especially towards B. But here and now, watching out for A. Also, the sonic sensors adjusted bit by bit thanks to Eneri's efforts from yesterday. And that's the thing, right? There's so much homework for these two teams. They built on what they did in the upper bracket finals. Falcons on the eco though, and into heaven they go here. Riku as Eneri. The timing, there's the swing. Oh, Grahams is happy to go for that one. Capricious those falls. The showstopper could be deadly. Alexi sends it! And Grahams is gone. Falcons still 3 players strong. Spike though. Oh, Yume! She's gone! And Falcons, this is a bright spot here. Riku, Mary even clearing out Con. Camu is just skulking Piety at this point. And with the spike to be planted, Alexi looking to hold, looking to be sharp. A 3K and a thrifty 2. Falcons will keep the lead.
Crazy stuff. And I mean, it's one of those, you know, like rounds in a row where the barrier mesh isn't situated, or the utility of the deadlock wasn't situated at the crevices of A. This time, pulled a little bit further back on towards the side. You know, FLC was able to sort of take advantage of this, entered ramps, took control of the rest of tower, and you know, thanks to the heroics of Alexi there, having to land that triple K, the showstopper to the face as well. This time, they're gonna do it again. Con, far forward.
Oh, but Con, does she expect this many from Team Falcons? Grab net again, early on. Mesh not yet, but Eneri's actually gotten a lot of space to work with there on the other side. Ramps held together though by Capricious. Could be an interesting step up here for Team Xipto. Now there's duel. Capricious good for one. Magic makes the trade happen. As Team Falcons send in Eneri with the dimensional drift, Nightfall as well, and Con forced to play on the outside. Human now with the kill. Showstopper! And that would be the signal for Xipto to win. Up to Eneri now. So much to handle and too much pressure. Xipto here, tie it up, but what a shot there from that raise of Yume.
I know, that was pretty crazy. Imagine you entered through the, you know, the beautiful curtain doors, and then it's just a showstopper it's a rocket to the face, and that is definitely a big jump scare. This toxic screen is definitely toxic. They definitely did not expect that. And again, beautiful stuff by Yume. The timing, it did feel like the Falcons was able to just translate that into a win, but Xipto, Yume on the other hand, just really had other plans.
Yeah, she said red light, and Falcons still forced it. 2 eliminated. They didn't wait for the song to finish, but Team Falcons, I want to say a stat I realized after that last round, Riku. If the stats are correct, I think that's 5 thrifty rounds already for Team Falcons, and that's something that Xipto need to be careful for.
Yeah.
Like, Falcons are the ones calling for the timeout. Impressive round for Xipto, but when it comes down to those rounds where Falcons are on the lesser buy but have an ultimate to use, Xipto need to be very careful within the series.
They're just really proficient at being able to find conditions and openings for certain utilities, certain, you know, plans in mind. Just basically finding an opening for the rest of them to work with and activate a thrifty for themselves. But yeah, you're right. It could also be something that, you know, Xipto, you definitely had to keep your guard up here. I like this adjustment though, bringing back Con onto B, alongside with the assistance of the possible Paranoia for a bit of a challenge there, with a bit of a crossplay.
Yeah. Well, Xipto's doing a good job to keep their cool. In the interview yesterday about meditation, jazz, whatever, gets everyone ready for the next map. It's a long, grueling best of 5, so mental, so important for the series. Kondo, realizing there's close contact. Sonic sensor broken. Heard the TP of Cameo as well. Now just waiting here on the other side of Garage. She's loves to hold this close. There's the 1, there's the 2. Con now taken on down. But damage done from Xipto Esports. And they're gonna stop Team Falcons from making any kind of space towards B here.
Yeah, 1 for 2. The initiator gone. Mad V is off the table. We'll have to see what they decide to do. They still got Alexi here. Trying to slowly creep up. Already A pretty much taken. Just that they need to clear that ramps player, which is Piety.
Toxins going up.
Yeah, and Xipto realized how important ramps is on this defense. A key weakness of their split last time they were on this map. Now they're putting the forces on it, and with Piety just holding the angle, waiting for timing, could actually catch Team Falcons in the act here. Here's Cameo coming. Oh, but the toxic screen is the saving grace. Viper spit onto the site, and Team Falcons get the plant.
Oh, that's Sanctuary for the side of the Falcons. Definitely needed that as the flank. Was it incoming? No, there it is, nonetheless.
Yeah, Piety, she's been waiting for the opportunity, and she has come to collect. 3v2 for now. Cameo also low HP, getting hit by the spray. It's just shot after shot coming into the Viper spit. It's poking so many holes into this one here, Riku. But Mary, she's still alive and keeping everything afloat. Mary now gets the trade. Mary, her domain now has been interrupted. The conquest from Xipto comes into play, and they'll get the retake going to get the lead.
Piety's patience equaled into a round win for Xipto here. Just holding her ground onto ramps. The toxic screen being able to conceal her location. And then backstabs at the most opportune moment, eliminating Alexi off of the equation. And now, basically, process of elimination. Most likely the rest of the players are failure as they rain down bullets just to see and knock down almost Cameo there with a 1 HP, and the rest is history. Fantastic stuff coming from Xipto. Really good retakes. They even have extra ultimates available for this round. So really excited to see if there's actually going to have a gap happening. Because so far it's been quite neck and neck for the beginning of the split.
Yeah, it's similar to the first map. What we've seen. Now then. Annihilation. Camu's just wrapped up in all of this. And there she's trying to save her teammate, but there's just no way at all. Xipto, they made Falcons look at the pretty blue cocoon, those bright lights blinding them. And with it now, it's a big advantage here for Xipto. 4v2, and they still have a hold onto the B side.
Yeah, Khan has been pivotal in a lot of these opening rounds just to hold and stall and find early picks, and definitely rewarded for that because instantaneously that's -3 already inside of the Falcons.
Here we go again though, Riku. Look at the flank, look at the garage, and Yume is knocking! But Kon's the one again! Again and again, the tax collector here. She's making back here as a 4K comes her way.
And there you go. A big gap on the scoreboard now between Xipto and FLC. We're gonna be happy about that one. Annihilation just getting a lot of value off of that garage stack. They tried their best to save Cameo, but it was, again, the reel-in was just a bit too strong. They fall down like dominoes 1 by 1. And now it's the thrifty. The possible thrifty here, Daks. It's 4 sheriffs in the bank.
Yeah, that's the concern here. Yes, Falcons on the lesser buy, sure. But even in this eco state, they have eked out some incredible round wins. It's up to Xipto to actually rewrite some of those assumptions and give them confidence to streak up some rounds. That'd be huge for Xipto if they can wrap up round after round here on Split. Especially on the defense now. Graham's with the blind. The fake out shot. It's still an Airy around. And Airy's really trying to get the catch onto the Omen, but it's not happening. Yume also helping hand so far. Here we go with the double swing. Well timed by Xipto, and it's like a really good start to what they want to do on these anti-ecos.
Yeah, quick adjustments coming from Xipto there. The assistance being made coming from Yume. And now -1. Let's see where the transition lies. It is A. Ramp's already pretty much cleared by Mary. But still, it doesn't change the fact that weapons-wise, Xipto much better.
Yeah, and Xipto here, willing to give up that A site to play the retake instead. Keeping tabs on ultimates so far. Alexi 2 away from the showstopper. Will she be given the spike? That's the real question. No, Matt V is the one on it instead. So they want to push up
Spike planted.
onto screens here for Team Falcons. Xipto on the other hand now stacking up from the CT side.
Stinger.
Contact is going to be close. Alexi could get some value here. The spray comes in, but Yume handles that well. The sees as well. Good catch here from Xipto. Mary though, opportunity. Damage done from the back, but Yume of course still ready, still set. And Xipto, they're going for a run here, Riku. Now it's suddenly 6-3.
This is getting extra sweaty. This is just an entirely different map again compared to Lotus, where, you know, FLC confident in every movement. This time around, they are now required to adapt and see where they're supposed to go, because I feel like with those adjustments on the fly mid round so much better. And Yume now a 4K for herself as well. That's the theme of the day.
Too many 4Ks. There's just no one who gets the ace in these games. But yeah, Xipto a lot more reserved. The retake did get a little dicey thanks to the off angle there from Mary, so Falcon's still able to do damage. But Xipto, 3 in a row. Now looking for more. Graham's here. TPing on up and off angle. Too surprised, but the Prowler already getting the sniff of that position. They even send out a smoke out there to cover out half of the backside, but then again, Falcons still not completely committed towards B. Matt V looking to set things up. Still has a Prowler. I'm looking at Mary as well, who's rotating her way towards B already. Fake out though. And Eri. Oh, she's gonna send it Capricious. Not gonna fall for it at all. There's no way a Yoru with an operator is gonna run her way. And Graham, she has been so patient. Statuesque. Now then, showstopper, demolition order! And Alexi brings the wrecking ball in. That showstopper finds the opening. And Falcons have come onto the B side here with authority.
Alexi holding her ground
Spike planted.
at Hal Yume. Let's see what she's able to do. Being stalled on out, forced off of a different angle, because that's the angle of Inari on the operator.
Yeah, she knows the Viper's gonna swing this way. Waiting for it. The shot hits the leg, I believe. But Alexi and Camu, they're doing God's work here. Everything Falcons need is delivered on the site itself. And now Falcons, they rally back.
And the time where Khan, you know, was at a fully decked out A setup.
Spike down.
Graham's though did a fantastic job getting that, you know, first blood, but there's nothing around the site itself that is able to slow things down. Once Alexi and Neri pretty much, you know, takes control of the entire site, it's pretty much an FLC. You know, it's FLC. It's not called B. It's just called FLC. I'm sorry.
Really?
I didn't know where to go with
You're
that.
telling me that's their name?
I tried. There was an attempt.
Okay. I saw the attempt. I respect it
Thank
here.
you.
Welcome to GCC, by the way.
Yes,
Riku.
I
Happy to have
appreciate the
you.
welcome. I'm happy
Yeah.
to be here.
Yeah, but 4 rounds in a row, they're broken by Team Falcons. Xipto will rack up some points on the board.
Whoa.
Mary, how even she find
Yeah, I was
Capricious
about to say
there?
the same thing.
Like she's pressured by Yume towards
Yeah.
heaven, but instead she goes after screens, and that's what Inari does best. A pick early on, also thanks to that operator within that realm. It is gonna be Mary backing on away. Mid though, pressured here, Riku.
It's quite a lot. Let's see if the paranoia and the snake bites are going to be enough to stall this one.
Oh, the gap, they were watching it, but then again, the timing for Piety is perfect. Frames as well. They didn't expect this at all. And Piety with a massive 3K holds control here for Xipto, and the spike in the hands of the defenders. And there he needs to do it all. And the operator, the shot, can't find the target. A 1v3. Yuma still with the
30
up on
seconds
hand. Do we get the duel again between Yume and Inari? There's still more to come, and it's Piety who gets the spotlight on her. A 4K for the Viper, and it's 7-4
Last
now.
round in
And the funniest
half.
thing, I was going to say, the paranoia and the snake bites be enough. Actually, they didn't need it at all. It was just them catching the rest of the Falcons off by surprise, entering the smoke, and
remaining.
just really putting the aggression onto the maximum level. And then the rest is pretty much done deal.
Yeah, they were aware of the possibility, but they are unaware of the timing.
Yeah.
That is unfortunate for Falcons, and Xipto, when they can step up, they do so with authority here, Riku. Last round of the attack here for Team Falcons. The shot from the operator, connecting onto the flow. Nightfall also to dislodge them. Showstopper now. Yume wants to fight back, and Neri is critically low with 10 HP. But Xipto, they were ready for this one. All stations attended for. Mary all alone. Why not put a ribbon on top of this one? It's Christmas early here for Xipto. Their gift is Mary, and it's an 8-4 half in flawless fashion at the end of this one.
I swear, this barrier mesh in the middle of it all just really cut the rest of the cavalry in half, pretty much stuck before they're even able to enter the site, and just basically everybody from Xipto surrounded the rest of FLC that's just trying to claw their way inside A. My gosh, what a first half. Xipto is incredibly dominating right now.
Yeah, and Xipto has done an incredible job to really step up on the attacking side. So many lessons learned from the upper bracket. And as of now, they're in control. But what did we just see here throughout this half here, Riku? I think we can start the story off with Con again.
Yes.
It does seem like between the 2 days, Team Falcons still get accosted by Con's positioning, Con's utility, and everything Con does in between.
Yeah, the utility game really does, you suit Con's like impact in a lot of these maps. I mean, it wasn't entire. I don't think Con was able to do as much on the chamber because again, you're expected an entirely different sort of play style. But with Con on this deadlock, my word, the way that she just positions from different points, retracting her utility or pushing it forward, it still adds so much pressure for FLC. It's giving both Alexi and Neri a hard time to create impact plays on their own.
Yeah, and they're doing a good job also to meet the expectations there for Mary. Mary has found lots of success on the anti-lurk, but then again, Xipto decided, okay, we don't need to creep on up. Instead, we play these anchors, we play these angles, and when it comes down to it, it's Mary who does get pressured in a way to regroup with the rest of the team here.
No, I totally agree with you. I think it started off with Mary having to deal with the lurk constantly, but after that, every single time, right, the toxic screen alongside the barrier mesh, that combo in general is just puts a lot of pressure onto Mary to get value off of the lurks. But here we go, the swap, Daks. I'm really curious how the defense is going to look like for FLC because this is a lot to catch up on.
Yeah, and then it looked too explosive there from Team Falcons. A few rounds where we saw classic and area Alexi holding hands into the site. But that W Gaming, it isn't as much of a foundation for Falcons anymore compared to before. But on the defense, we've seen them really push out on the extremities. I think Coldan realized we're talking about it yesterday. Push-ups into garage, push-ups into main, and you see it here. And Aries on the other side aggressive. Camu, though, has a lot to work for here. And spotted by Yume early on. Xipto now. CO open door here. Alexi trying to stay on site, but there's just no way. Piety is getting away with absolute murder here. Oh, Xipto on the scoreboard so far. Madvi, nice ghost skin, by the way. But then again, a peek out into the rafters, still not gonna happen. Clinical from Xipto.
Piety's operating like a bulldozer. She's just going in, taking a lot of these crazy duels and winning despite already practically 1 HP. Fearless she is.
and those who dare win, just no fear from Xipto at all. If you want to see a bit more W gaming, honestly, it's on the Xipto side. That's why they added Yume to their roster. That's why they're so flexible between roles. And on the attack, they knew they could get away with it. So on to the anti-eco here for Xipto. Confidence abound for Xipto Esports. And really, it's Falcons who need to find answers here and fast.
Especially the double digits incoming already with the big buy round coming from Xipto. Camu, the only one having to hold this possible onslaught.
Camu.
Ready?
Not again. She has to do it again. At least this time around, she does get out of danger. And Mary's there to net the kill for Falcons. But the rest is Xipto's to take. Advantage for them in a 3v2. Camu contained this Prowler. He's really trying to get at her. It's a nightmare on the other side of the wall. Finally, it does get the chomp on her. But Xipto have gotten the site already. Camu with the judge, no chance at all. A 3K for Con, and it's double digits here for Xipto Esports.
Yeah, that corner was definitely deadly. The Prowler, the barrier mesh, the smokes, every single thing being thrown out. And there it is, the double digits now approached Xipto. And there's you know, at this point, because it's practically a 5-man onslaught, there's really nothing much that you can do. Con with a triple K on the Guardian as well. No one near their ultimates on the side of FLC, so it is going to be quite the tall order to try and shut them down, especially there's still guns on the side of Xipto.
Yeah, and there's so much value Xipto has from utility. I think one case in point is Grahams with 12 assists. Just goes to show Xipto finding some good fights here, but this is where Falcons, honestly, the real only chance so far. Guns are out, but with Xipto bringing a good arsenal into their bonus, a lot of work needs to be done. In area here, over onto Heaven, just waiting what could come from the other side of the smoke.
Once it expires, you may know backing off, respecting the potential that smoke expires. There might be a jump scare. There's a little bit of a gap on the smoke.
There's been so many gaps in the smoke
I
for
know.
good reason. And Alexi there, catching Yume is a good sign for Team Falcons Vega. Usually Yume is the one who makes that space here for Xipto. Now someone else needs to step up to that fact. Precious and Graham's looking to do just that. Two-pronged attack here, but Falcons ready on both fronts. As clean as can be for Team Falcons Vega. They only lose a single gun, and they're on the board here in the second half.
I think this is very familiar, right, Dax? I remember when Icebox, when Xipto maybe takes a bit of time just to, you know, maneuver around the map. That's when, you know, FLC is able to get a better read and able to react more appropriately. I think it's possibly maybe a similar situation. But nonetheless, Xipto is still quite in the lead with a 5-round lead here. Now it's a full buy. Let's see where they decide to just pour all their resources to. No key ultimates to be used just yet. Pure firepower. And that might be a paranoia being set up onto Heaven.
Yep, exactly that. The mid contest into the B. Heaven hold. And Yume though busy with the parry chills. Mary has no fear at all. A nade lobbed at her. She just stares at that one and is feisty enough to get the kill. But then again, Xipto turned it around towards Garage. And on the other side, Falcons, even their lurk spotted. Alexi caught perhaps by the deadlock utility there. Mid still held together here by Con, waiting to see if anything's going to come her way. But Xipto have so much time and have the numbers advantage. They can rotate if need be.
An orb emitting.
Again, you get to see Con being able to spot out any possibilities. And he rotates from mid to vents. Only Alexi, the sole guardian of A. There's a lot of time on the line, but when Xipto is pressured, maybe Alexi can do something and really add more pressure onto this round.
Yeah,
oh no!
Oh,
She left.
yeah,
It's okay.
she's gone.
Tower.
30 seconds left.
She can totally play into Heaven, but this is not looking good for Team Falcons at all. Now they realize the pressure to smoke, it's coming towards the A side. And Xipto should be able to put the spike that way. Falcons here under pressure yet again. Still you have Con
Spike planted.
within the vents. Might catch MadV there on the cross, but MadV is the one who gets the win there. Paramount, absolutely needed kill here for Team Falcons to equalize the numbers. Alexi. Angels from the screens. Now utility from height, courtesy of Team Falcons. Xipto contained on the side. And MadV is not done! A 3K so far, MadV in position! She turns those Falcons frowns upside down! They're smiling now thanks to MadV!
Another 4K to boot here. What a massive play coming from MadV. I think one of the most crucial players there in that scenario for Xipto to take it to 11 was Con. Being on towards vents and cutting off any sort of the rest of the cavalry, or the rotations rather, towards A. But in the end, MadV was able to just surgically remove all of that, and then the 2 players on the site itself to open things up. Beautiful stuff. FLC slowly catching up.
Yeah, and this is where the EMEA influence really takes hold there, Riku. Just when patience is the virtue, when it's all about keeping it calm and collected. Expect MadV, Mary, those players to do just that. The scan's so good though. Falcons have a lot of intel to work with, and MadV continues the rampage. One so far. One once more. Gets more. 2 here from MadV. The rest of Falcons looking to come on in. And Mary from the window out of Heaven, just leaping into the fray. And Falcons Vega. Signs of life as they get another round.
And the one that opened things up and now has Nightfall in the incoming round is Mad V. Great. Again, they were practically surrounded. Both Heaven and the groundworks on the site itself just really having a lot of threat from the side of FLC. And Xipto is unable to respond in kind. Con, though, very close, including the Viper Spit, including all of the other ults is going to be available soon. So they've got some sort of counter, but Mad V's Nightfall should be crucial here.
Yeah, Mad V's been racking up these kills. Alexi, though, the 1v the operator this time around. Grab that here. Yume actually caught in that one. Okay, sure. Xipto still will go for A side entry, but the Nightfall you mentioned is looking to go. What a collateral from Alexi! A single bullet to do to win. With Alexi pressure now, and Neri there again. And Falcons, the way they're holding A is just working out so well. Pressure from the site, pressure from Heaven. And all in all, it's Falcons with the complete package on this A defense.
Okay, from the shadows picked up the spike. Going towards A again, question mark. Graham's try her best to open up something. As I suppose they're already anticipating B might be the play.
Yeah, just Xipto Esports here into the meat grinder again and again. Grahams, she's done incredible work for this roster in their playoff run. 4 to 5 seconds, still has the spike in her hands here. She can go for B, but really, what she really needs here are picks. Does she just go for the save? Wait things out? Falcons are avoiding contact here, Riku, and it might be the case.
30 seconds left.
Does seem like it. Just probably get that save.
She's like, no, I'm not gonna go for it, guys. You can't tempt me. We can't go A like that again. And I think I want to posit that question here real quick here, Riku.
Yeah.
Xipto fast 2 rounds, forcing that A site, and
10
Falcons,
seconds left.
they were so ready for those 2 rounds in such commanding fashion.
Yeah. They were prepared for the collapse onto Xipto every single time. It makes me wonder what the what the next plan is for the side of Xipto there, because it feels like they've got all the executes figured out, especially Mad V being able to play like on the site itself, that Nightfall to just really put deal with the pain of that collapse onto that site. And now a timeout on the side of Xipto. I mean, understandable. They had a commanding lead at the very beginning, and now it's dwindling.
Yeah, and I'm just really looking at that A defense for Falcons.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
They have Mad V on site. They have Alexi there towards backside to hold the long angle. But I think really Inari's pressure when she can TP back to Heaven, go from the window itself and either drop down or just stay around there to catch anyone from main. And that's something we were wondering coming into the series. What are the adjustments for Xipto? I mentioned a while ago, ramps, very important for Xipto Esports. A while ago on defense, maybe on the attacking side, something they can use if they want to go A again. But this time out, dwindling down. 2 ultimates available for Xipto Esports. So if they can get on site, they're going to have a strong post plant thanks to Piety.
Yeah, absolutely. The Viper's Pit, Annihilation, maybe for that big -1. Add pressure into some of these, gunfights. But let's see. A did not work out so well. This time around, they're a bit separated. Mid might be the point of attack.
Instead of floods, the executes, they go for the default here instead. Mid though, control. Fought for by Falcons. Graham's good for the 1. Firepower in the hands of Graham's. Falcons didn't expect that one. And there he still brings 2 to the grave with her. But we see that it's 2v2 now. Numbers equalize. Spike just out in the open. And Alexi and Camu holding their sights together as Con and Piety. On the other hand, these are crucial players here, Riku. They still have their ultimates, and now they can pick up some guns.
Free guns, possible isolated 1v2s. I love the decision making coming from the side of FLC to just rejoin whoever, like the buddy system, so you don't get 1v2'd. And we'll just retake as a duo.
Well, they've chosen to play towards B, while Camille and Alexi regroup towards the A site. So post-plant going to be paramount here for Xipto. Really their best chance since they still have that Viper Spit available. As they're clearing out the site bit by bit. They don't have really much intel
Welcome to
towards Garage here. And you can see
30
they've
seconds
adjusted the pit accordingly to play into alley. Spike now
Spike
planted.
planted.
Falcons rotating from mid.
They have another perfect ultimate just to make it another 1v2. This annihilation should be crucial and should hit to make this work.
Oh, they hear it coming though. Showstopper. After the barrier bench is broken, this could be the catch of the century! And Khan has gone fishing! Alexi is wrapped up in the bubble! And now she is hand-delivered to the hands of Xipto. Camu all alone! What a shutdown from Khan! And as Camu looking around the corners here, it's suddenly Xipto who see the possibility. A 2v1 and Camu can't find any contact at all. Time running out. They're looking to save the operator instead, but here's Khan again. Can the Omen get out in time? No! The bullet's there to slow her down, but what a catch, Khan! What a catch!
A thrifty, mid, anticipation on the annihilation for that showstopper to boot. Again, it feels like the best two ultimates that could possibly go up against the two last remaining players coming from the side of FLC, and they just really executed it flawlessly. Impressive stuff coming from Khan, lots of value, and now they're close to match point.
Yeah, Xipto Esports. They get out of a sticky situation with some of the most incredible plays, and Falcons the one. They're the ones feeling the hate. Their aggressive plays just not panning out this time around. They go for the fire split. Alexi here, operator, and Neri the operator as well. A huge investment here for Team Falcons. They lose this one, their money might be, their money's still gonna be okay, but right now they're in winning ways. Khan falls to the hand of a Neri. Perhaps something unexpected here by Xipto. Aneri's gonna push this. Aneri loves to do that, but this time she's punished. 4v4, a Xipto see a path towards A.
Able to get at least a bit of tag onto Graham's. And Alexi's gonna finish right off.
Did you forget that there's a second
There's
one?
a second operator.
It's been a daring game from Falcons and Xipto. And Falcons for now making the double off hold work. Mary though caught now. Great patience from Xipto Esports. Still a good amount of time to work with. But Falcons, they're already thinking about the play on that B side. It's still a choice here for Xipto though. They have mid. They can play into vent instead. Alexi, eyes on her again.
30 seconds
Repositioning towards screens here, Riku. But it does seem like Xipto, they want to go towards A. Alexi. Everyone looking at her now. Holding on to main. A really long angle, sure. But Yume, showstopper available. 14 seconds.
There's a drop.
Time is not on the side for Xipto, and Alexi's patience
Spike down
will be
A.
rewarded. The spike drop to still make it on site, so it's gonna be a 3v2 post plant, sure. Unless
planted.
Falcons denied this early on. Spike planted, paranoid there, and Alexi's the one blinded. Quietly on the side. Madvi and Cammy though instantaneous, and Falcons, they're gonna win that one.
Here we go. FLC slowly catching up here. The investment of the double operator has now granted value and is able to be converted into a win. And Alexi, the patience, just as you said, and shifting from that heaven angle on towards screens instead to look at the possibility of a drop, as there is no time at all anyways to circle around through screens from a more safer route. I really love the decision making that FLC did for this, and good, amazing retake and amazing patience by this team.
Team Falcons, they gambled and they're proven to be high rollers. They do give up one of the operators though, for another rifle. Xipto on the other hand, Hero Bulldog, a bunch of sheriffs here. And mid has been relatively successful for Xipto Esports. Still putting the numbers there. Mary's the one watching out from heaven.
Dimensional Drift available for Inari. Bring them as well to possibly see some potential action later, but just as you said, mid has been quite the success. Mary having to always go up against two members against Xipto. They're able to cross, go through vents. Next point of contact would be Mad V, who has been quite the stellar player as well in FLC, especially on this map.
And Xipto here, they've got in mid to work with. But then again, Falcons have adjusted the currently play over at the back of heaven here. Mad V, though, the timing is perfect for Xipto! And that being said, What could have been a good hold towards A becomes a wide open approach. Suddenly, Xipto on site here. Some guns to be scrounged. It's a 4v3, and Graham's gonna get the plant going. There's also still the lurk potential. Keep an eye out on Capricious here, who might get the catch, the backstab on the rest of Falcons, but she's far away from the shadows from Camille to regroup with the rest of the team. So it's 3v3 in on the site until Capricious makes her presence known. Oh, showstopper though, we hear it. Send it, Alexi on site here. Mary with a 3K, but Capricious is still around. Do they know? They might get a sniff of this. Alexi's got it halfway. Mary's barrel spotted, and Alexi's gonna stick it, and she almost got it done. But Mary had the trade, had the moment, and now with the 4K to bring Falcons to double digits.
That is crazy. I thought that was going to be it. The massive flank being set up, but in the end, it all still ended in a 1v2. The fight took it far into the deeper ends of the site itself. I want to say, though, the Prowler, unfortunately, went past the Rays, so they couldn't spot it out. And, you know, Madvi was, you know, unable to prepare for that tussle. But nonetheless, FLC, fantastic plays all around. And now they're so close.
Like, how does FLC keep getting away
I
with
know.
this? It is just how strong their players are. The fundamentals are unreal, and the timing there, just the recovery. I still can't believe it. Xipto got the drop on the 2 players of Falcons towards A.
Yes.
But Mary just comes in to save the day with a 3K of her own. Or was that a quad? Like, I don't know at this point. How many quads have we had in this game?
A gazillion what?
Like a gazillion in the
gazillion
series.
ones.
Maybe our prod, maybe FSL just make a 4K highlight montage compilation.
Here's all the 4Ks we have for the grand finals.
Too many 4Ks to count.
I know. And yeah, just as you said, you know, Mary definitely saved the day, seized the day there. There was a potential, you know, with that 1-2 with the Sheriff. But again, it was quite difficult with the trade already pretty much there, done by Mary.
Close game. Falcons keeping themselves within the reach. And as Khan needs to deal with the boom bot, the grav net, catching Alexi, but she didn't really push out, so she's safe for now. Khan does know though, there's presence still to be held on the other side of that smoke. Sonic sensor being set. Xipto here, playing a bit of a 3-1-1 split. Defaulting for now, waiting to see if Yuba can make any space towards B, but Falcons, their defense looking very strong. A crossfire sure, Aneri in mid as well. Capricious did get a spot, but Aneri is the one who's sure on the shot.
Yeah, 3 rounds ago, that operator has been getting a lot of value time and time again in the hands of Aneri as well. Dimensional drift not even needed. Here comes the onslaught.
Camus left unchecked. Camus! It's free B after free B. By none, take 2. She'll take it. And Falcons Vega, they have control of the spike. They have control of the round. Piety, a miracle she isn't dead yet. As she was caught with her gun out. With 10 HP, she's going to go for the save here, I believe. This is another round where we see Team Falcons just command it from the get-go.
30 seconds left.
Amazing stuff. Again, that operator, Aneri, is putting value off of that gun, and having to end in that big 4v5 right from the get-go after trading utility as well. It's quite unfortunate for the side of Xipto Esports, and it feels like FLC was able to download, gather information already, and is able to figure things out. And you know, perhaps, you know, Xipto had a really amazing defense earlier, but the attacking side, FLC pretty much has already figured things out.
Yeah, it's a bit tough here for Xipto to find the space that they would like. When they get on site, when they get the post plant, it looks good. But they're contested on all fronts, and it's Falcons the one putting their foot forward here. Some great angles to hold, yes. The operators, as you've said, Riku, making a key difference. And when we get that initial fight, just a single bullet's enough from Aneri to define the round.
And it could potentially happen again. Spikes hovering towards Garage. Khan might be the victim.
Yeah, no problem. Aneri doesn't care if she gets caught by the grab net. Just in and out real quick. Falcons exploiting some of the weakness here of the Xipto composition. And Mary continues that trend. 2 fall to her hand. And in the blink of an eye, Xipto hobbling their way towards A.
FLC just completely dismantles everything that Xipto wanted to build up in
Oh, no.
Split. And there's some more coming.
It's all Falcons. It's all Falcons right now. They've taken flight. And they're in a different era code at this point. Graham's the only one who can try and ground them. But Xipto Esports, they've seen this lead dwindle in front of them. Now it's gone.
Here.
And as Graham is spotted by Inari, there's the ping, there's the shot. Mad B also trying to set up the haunt. Graham wants to challenge Inari, get rid of the operator, but there's no way to beat Inari now. The lead is taken by Team Falcons Vega, and here they are on map points.
Xipto is nailed to 11 for quite some time, and now all caught up, all past that. FLC, the operator, is doing a lot of work. Mary as well with a 2K.
Enemy remaining.
Crazy stuff. Match point. Will we see our overtime here, Daks, on this grand finals?
I don't know, man. I think Xipto here truly nailed to 11, and Mary on the cross there towards mid now. She's gonna hold it yet again. 20 on the board for Mary, 19 for Inari. And I'd love to see the difference between first kills between the attack and defense for Team Falcons, because you're seeing Inari do what she does best to make it 5v4 on the last few rounds here.
Even switching positions now at the perfect stack to the entrances of A, but is smoked out, so forced to take another angle instead. Goes back, smoke dissipates.
Yeah.
You should be careful.
Portal
And
closed.
she's gonna hold the angle again, but then her gatecrash is gone. Risk factor. And now, maximize here for Inari. Could be deadly if Yume does get the jump on her, but this is a good angle. Falcons though, leaving A. Thanks to the presence of Xipto. Look at that, Piety is selling the fake. She's doing all she can, making that noise. But there's still a bit of discipline here for Falcons. Then again, Mad B, the IGL gone. But that's a big message here to Falcons now. Xipto are going A perhaps. Mary with the catch out to Yume though. Presence now here for Con. And we're going for the double fake instead. What's going on? The spike is still towards A. They canceled it from the shadows there. And with Alexio around, there's confusion here. But Xipto now understanding they can
30
go for
seconds
this
left.
A site.
Yeah, already Alexi.
Yeah.
He's being very patient alongside Inari with the plant now going down. The rotate's gonna happen, but there's gonna be a far flank coming from Piety here.
And Falcons getting ready for this one. Nightfall into play with Cameo on the other hand, finding Piety. And here comes Khan in response to flashback again. Sent by Alexi, but Khan's it's just so freaking steady! It's 3v2 here. Mary and Cameo trying to come from two angles. But they do get spot onto Heaven already. Cameo now in position. Cameo big with the kill onto Khan. 20 HP though, hit well by Graham's. Graham's here, holding close. 2v1, up to Mary now. And Mary, she's good, but Graham's is just better! Xipto will keep the game going, and we are gonna go into overtime.
Switching sides.
Grand finals, baby! This is how it's supposed to be. Xipto and FLC neck and neck, and we finally get that overtime. Icebox, that's where we thought it was gonna be at, but no, it's gonna be at Split. It just feels so close, down to a 1v1. Con dealing this massive 2K just to really dismantle this retake. Rams.
One enemy
A
remaining.
couple of important shots and that clutch for the squad to force it into overtime. This is so crazy, Dax.
Well, wild round, selling that fake. The TP
Yeah,
either
yeah.
getting cancelled by Falcons or them cancelling themselves, but in the end, it's that mid-round from Xipto to be confident to go on A that lets them just win up in the clutch up there. Trade for trade, it's been blow for blow between these two teams. And overtime, of course, is a must for a series like this. The Haunt gets intel. And Xipto, they are stopping Falcons at the start. Ramps taken though, here by Inari and Alexi. The Poison Cloud as well, blockading Yuma's vision. So the pressure is on towards Capricious now. Here comes Alexi though, soaring like an eagle. Eventually grounded by Xipto in response. 2 for 2, Yuma's still on site. Yuma's still fighting. She gets a big kill onto Mad V to tip the scales in favor of Xipto Esports now. Inari though, sticking around. It's been a power position her at that heaven position for so long. And in this case, silence for now. Graham's within the smoke here, waiting for it to dissipate. Oh, it's gone. Inari has the angle. Inari and Mary. Falcons. They are just so good in those moments, and they're back to map
Switching
points.
sides.
The patience
Match
from
point.
Inari. to wait until the smoke dissipates. There's, again, the potential to sort of try and catch them off guard, going inside the smoke, maybe trying to push, isolate some of these angles, go to elbow. No, I'm going to try. We have a lot of time. I can sit here and wait. And they basically caught Xipto off guard and is rewarded. Crucial plays by Mary and Ineri.
Yeah, and they have been the two spotlights of Team Falcons here, 23 and 22. And Neri, though, the glass cannon, we're seeing it here. Xipto trying to punch through the ceiling. Instead, Yume so low already, thanks to the efforts of the Snakebite and Camu. Camu, though, can't see it coming at all. Just blinded by utility. And Yume gets the creep up going. Xipto now with B site.
The coordination, the paranoia.
The lurk, though. The lurk, though. Watch out for that one. Piety could be the deciding factor here. Mary understands it's possible, but Piety! She's just faster on the trigger. 5v3 becomes 5v2. It's all Xipto here as Madby has to fight back. At least she still has Heaven to play with. Falcons now, and Neri firing the shots. Sure, Prowler's stuck in the corner. And Neri, though, that's a kill. It's still possible. And then Neri's looking for a few more targets. Rafters here, grabbed it into play. Backside hold here by Con. Now Madby's caught. Peekaboo. Graham stays you! And fear instilled by Graham's there. 13 to 13. And with Graham's delivering in these moments, this game is just not over, folks.
Oh yeah, no, it's definitely not. Graham's turning on some killer instinct right there. Just really, like, she was already pretty impactful prior to this overtime, but now it feels like she's really pulling, like, all the stops here. And Mary trying her best to be operator retake, playing alongside the ropes. She's trying to bait out a reaction, finds a kill, but again, having to get off from the utility, just really perfect timing for the rest. Now it's back to reset, Daks. Back to reset.
Back to square one and back to Xipto actually drawing first blood here. Attacking side successful for both teams in first overtime. How about here in the second though? Xipto now control Heaven well. There's a smoking away. Graham's as well with Shorty. But Alexi and Camu thinking about this potential fight. Now they swing, but Yume is doing it all! Yume! The new kid on the block here for Xipto Esports. And now, everyone looking at what she can do. Mare with the fight back, but Yume's ace will not be denied! Map point now, here for Xipto Esports.
4Ks upon 4Ks upon 4Ks. We get the ace in an overtime here for Xipto Esports. The way Yume played the angles with the crossfire as well, able to get the last player down. My word, this is a bit worrisome for FLC after looking at what Yume can do right now.
Yeah, and again, why Xipto made that adjustment. Surge Bips moving over back to South Asia, but this is a different reason. Why do we pick up this player? Yume, standout performance again. And Neri, on the other hand, back to the operator and back to business, but the pressure now is on Team Falcons. They made the rally to make themselves come back versus Xipto. But Xipto, on the other hand, low swing and punish accordingly. Big key player gone. That's Graham's removed from the equation.
One of the controllers, pivotal member, Piety now using the smoke a little bit just to try and reposition towards the left side of Garage. But so far, there's no opening just yet. Maybe if they get a pick off the tower or to Heaven, perhaps.
Yeah. It's very possible. Mary, no armor, 68 HP, half the back on the way to Steve. Doesn't catch an Neri! And then Neri has space to work with. And Neri! How do you keep doing this? But Yume! A try. The ambition is there. But the unrelenting Ineri will say no, and the Falcons team will keep the game going.
Oh my word, split true to its name, 14 to 14. Quite the split that we have here. And both duelists really bringing their A game, and but with both different styles. You've got Ineri versus operator plays. The fact that you're already pressured by distance still does not shake Ineri at all. And meanwhile, you've got Yume with a couple of these explosive multi-frags playing off from crossfires. You gotta enjoy what's happening right now on your screens.
Yeah, this is just game 3, folks. We still got a game 4, maybe a game 5. Yeah. The beauty of a best of 5 is we're gonna get so much more action between Team Falcons and Xipto. 2 of your 3 representatives from Southeast Asia, 2 Game Changers Pacific, but Falcons still the ones to watch out for on the attack. And Neri and Alexi grouping up with one another, looking to punish anyone creeping from A. Falcons on the default here. Just some utility to suss out what the play is from Xipto.
Yeah, it feels like, again, both of these teams are digging through the playbook of overtime right now, and it is another reset. Smoke dissipates. Spike hovering a bit on towards A with the duelists together. But so far, nobody exactly wants to fully budge. They're baiting out utility onto Garage just to maybe bait out a rotation, but it's been solid for Xipto.
Yeah, Xipto's just been holding their angles well. Now they have to deal with Alexi coming their way, but Alexi doesn't matter. Even if she's getting shot on up. Yuma's the one to fall. Capricious here, trying to hold close. Indeed, so making it tough for them to move. Graham's quietly, they're both gone. Falcons right now lighting up the scoreboard with the IGL. Capricious doing what she can to keep the fight going. 3v1, the plant coming on down. Where's Atto? Nightfall coming into play. Mary's immediate on the catch. And Team Falcons back to winning ways and back to map point.
Switching sides.
That execute coming from Alexi was too fast. The double take, I see another raise on top. That's Yume, double take. Sight is pretty much clear and able to remove the player coming from Heaven. Xipto forced to take this time out. There has to be an answer to Aneri's operator. It has been just really dealing a lot of value prior to this overtime and even more so now.
I mean, you could see the investment from Xipto to try and dislodge Aneri multiple times in that round prior to the last one. They threw the steez, they threw the grab net, I believe. They did everything they could to deal with the long angle. But Falcons have adjusted Aneri's position again and again. And it has been rewarding on the defense. On the other hand, that attacking side, though, that's the double duelist between Aneri and Alexi. The pressure they can put onto the site. Xipto right now, they're going to need to figure out exactly what to do into this next round. Can't just be an ace from Yume anymore to bring it back.
It's going to be incredibly difficult. How do you sort of try to flood out or identify Neri's angle, flood her out of position, overwhelm them through force? So far, it's been really scary to try and attack A, so I wouldn't be surprised if they want to decide and go towards that B flood where they go from, garage into tower, or maybe a 4-1 where they open up like this one player towards Heaven and you rely on Piety to do that sneaky play again. But it happened once, maybe it doesn't happen again. FLC is probably aware of it.
Well, they combo up early on between Alexi and Mad V. Looking to wait on the other side. It was Xipto investing. Now Falcons trying to do the same at them. But this is what we're talking about. And Aneri that close to getting 2 for the price of 1. Piety instead, the one caught by the shot. And yet again, this operator finding value early onto the round here.
And now repositions towards screens. This is the position earlier as well where Alexi's able to join. Great Chaos now mid though. Point of contention. Tower isn't challenged. But the operator could see right through if they do flood and drop from up there.
Is this going to be an interesting adjustment, though, from Falcons? And Neri understandings that screens will be accosted by utility. She's waiting instead to catch anyone from tower, from Heaven.
30 seconds
Mid
left.
was clear. Xipto went for it. Alexi, though, catching Capricious. And this is the moment for Team Falcons. But Neri busy with the grab net. Xipto turning it all around, making it plausible. 3v3 as we go to A.
Spike
Here we go.
planted.
Mad V has to clear the one coming from ramps.
There.
That'll be crucial for them to open up the rest of the map as there's a barrier mesh in the middle.
Mad V alongside Neri. Here they come.
Enemy remaining.
Making sure their presence is known in the region. And Mary's double is looking immaculate. Yume versus Mary and Mad V on the other side. A 1v2 ahead. But Mad V, she's just so steady in those crucial moments. It's the veteranship of Team Falcons that gives them the edge. And in the overtimes we've
Defenders
seen,
win.
it's Falcons who wins it. 16-14.
Oh my word. What a true test of stamina this entire series is. This is just game number 3, match point now for the side of the Falcons, and it has been quite a roller coaster ride so far. Started off a bit slow for the side of the Falcons in the first half. On towards the second, they're able to catch up, but they aren't able to finish, and overtime was forced. But in the end, it is still them that's able to reign victorious on Split. This series is pretty spicy, Dax.
Yeah, and it was so calm, cool, collected though there from Team Falcons. They never let go of the potential to bring it all back. They rallied back to 11. They got the map point first. And the trade for trade within the overtimes, it was them making it win. So many key points there for Team Falcons. And of course, the panel will point out all of that and more.
Honestly, incredible stuff that we're seeing right now from both Falcons and Xipto going overtime on this map. The last time these two teams went together, it was a 13-9. This time, a lot closer, going the distance. And I have to say, Falcons really upping the ante, increasing the speed, and just really challenging Xipto on that has really paid dividends.
Oh yeah, on the opposite end, I think what we have to highlight on the side of Xipto is that they were much more patient. They had a tempered approach, and I think it really almost pushed them to success, pushing this map to overtime. Because again, we called it out. We were talking about it a lot of times. They were really prone to over-rotating and maybe just, you know, giving up their footing just to respond to any actions. But right now, and from what we've seen, they haven't been flinching as much. But once we got onto overtime, it did feel like it became such a grand duel. Actually, no, even at the beginning of the game, it felt like it was a grand duel between really everybody popping off. I was about to like narrow it down, like who's really getting so much value out of these out of these multi-frags. But then if you if you really think about it, Inari pops off with a 4K, then we get another 4K on the other side. But when you need those impact 3Ks and 4Ks, Mary was also answering the call. So really this grand finals is only getting much more intense.
Yeah, I feel like everyone really pulled their weight. I mean, at first we saw a lot of con moments, right? Playing that first contact, especially at that deadlock. She gets a util down.
Too.
Yeah, Graham's too as well. And then she gets the util down, gets a pick off, and then suddenly, you know, everything just falls apart. But then suddenly, you know, everyone seems to be having these insane moments. And a lot of these fights are happening all around the map. A lot of pressure onto mid. But then as soon as, you know, Falcons show presence on mid, Xipto are happy to go into another side of the map and also challenge Falcons as well. It's not really about trying to figure out where, you know, the weakest side is. It's trying to see whether or not they can dwindle down these numbers. But I think the adjustments coming in from Falcons, especially on that first, you know, first contact play, putting a Neri in that front line to meet with Xipto early has given them a lot more momentum in that second half.
It's true, and you know, I feel like there were a lot of moments too where maybe Xipto was lacking that extra flash or a flash to begin with to really try and fight that up. Aside from, Inari has been really smart with how she's been positioning. Some have been riskier than others, but it's been pretty calculated. Still a really close match here. Xipto again with a honestly staggering 17 first kills, but the conversion just not as good as they would have hoped. But that's also in turn because of Falcons being so good in the clutch.
Yeah, Falcons being very good in the clutch, especially we saw coming in from Mary, coming in from Camille, even Alexi is just so phenomenal how they're able to just get these multi-frags toward the end of the rounds as well. I think Xipto, yeah, like you mentioned, great openings, but it's always that last clinch that, you know, just to tie down those loose ends that they're not able to hold on here. 16 to 14 went all the way, and honestly on Split, I'm not surprised that this is the score. There were a lot of adjustments made by Xipto, especially after their loss yesterday, but it's still Falcons to be able to come back convincingly and change so many rounds in a row to be able to go the distance.
My goodness, I would want to compare it to like maybe a sprint or a marathon, but it feels like it's both. The intensity is still going up, but the games are still dragging along to, you know, way over regulation. And Ari getting that MVP, very well deserved, carving out the lane for the rest of her squad to flood in and just really squeeze the life out of Xipto. But on that note, if Xipto can keep this up, then I really think we're still gonna go 2-2. we saw them get so much better, just really in the span of 2 days, because the adjustments they made today were the exact ones we were somewhat like complaining about just a few hours ago, or maybe like yesterday.
Yeah, I think, that's why I said, for Xipto, the readjustments that came in, the preparation for this grand finals is just phenomenal. I love seeing it, if you ask me. And now after this, we still have another map. We have Ascent, and I feel like for me personally, Ascent can also go the distance, can also go into that overtime as well. Both teams very adept on the attack side, both teams very aggressive as well. But in my opinion, when you have players who are able to multi-frag, and take up fights of 1v2s, 1v3s in so many different parts of the map. I'm talking about Falcons here. This is something that you guys have to worry about, because we have this insane aim coming in from Xipto, but at the very least, the recovery from Falcons is something I'm more worried about as well. Regardless, after this, we're gonna be going for a quick break before we head into Ascent, so do not go anywhere. We're just trying to see whether or not Falcons can tie this up, or will Xipto bring it to map 5. If you asked me in the beginning of the season who exactly will be going home with the trophy, I would have just said Falcons hands down. But today we are served with close, not one, but two very, very close maps here between Falcons and also Xipto. Now, the question is whether or not, well, yeah, Falcons have that extra lead here. Whether or not Xipto can bring it to a map 5 is going to be the question.
I have a smile on my face because it's been such an entertaining day, really. Like, again, we're seeing the teams evolve and just adjust, and the map's getting mighty competitive. And like you said at the beginning, actually, I don't know. I was gonna say, like, yes, it's gonna be an epic battle, but I stay true to my pick'ems. I still think Falcons Vega are gonna walk away with the trophy, but Xipto's definitely doing such a great job of keeping this alive for themselves. Again, they've patched so many holes in their game plan and just really eliminated so many cracks. But Ascent,
Yeah, Ascent's
this is probably, yeah,
a very tricky map.
it is tricky. I mean, this is one of the truest 50-50s in the game, if I'm being honest with you. Aside from its age being one of the oldest, if not the oldest maps, it's, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know. I want to say something super smart, but like both teams are really good at it. Both teams probably have scrimmed many configurations on it.
Yeah,
So,
now
hey,
I wanted to say that, you know, it's an interesting contrast between these two teams, right? Falcons lost this map to Hypa the last time they played, going 11-13 loss. Meanwhile, Xipto completely demolished, destroyed Hypa. Granted, they didn't have the full roster yesterday in a 13-3, and also there was a big role swap happening as well. Okay, if you want something a bit more truer for the yardstick, maybe Mad Army 13-4 win, you know, for Xipto. So, you know, track record wise, this team looks amazing on this map. The same could be said about Falcons as well, because not only are they doing relatively okay on APAC 11-13, I would say is a big loss on this particular map, but also they've played it a lot over in other regions during the offseason. Orion GC, Twisted Minds Orchid, FlyQuest Red, the whole shebang here. So for me personally, to put that yardstick in terms of preparation, in terms of strats, it's going to be hard.
that's the thing too. Since they've had so much experience on it, I hope it doesn't come down to like analysis paralysis, because they have so many answers and solutions for all these different problems, right? That maybe there could be a potential mix-up in the calls and whatnot. At the same time, we're kind of not really running with a lot of data for Xipto on Ascent, because as you mentioned, at the time they did play with Hypa, they didn't play the full strength of Hypa. And I feel like with a lack of data, that's so far only gone the way of Xipto. So this could too. I mean, we look at Icebox today, right? They had that really, really nasty comp that allowed extra bodies and just so much delay power. Do they have something similar coming in for Ascent?
That's the question. I mean, we did see, while we did see a very dominating round here for Xipto yesterday, my question is, are they still going to retain that same thing? And I believe, yes, they're going to be running that same comp. I think we had an idea of how the execution is, how the play is. Yesterday it was dominating, yes. But yeah, I think in terms of power play, in terms of style, they didn't really have to do much. They just had to play their own game, just take it easy. You know, granted that yesterday it wasn't the full force of Hypa that we're used to seeing now. Falcons, because of that, they had an idea of Xipto in terms of comp, but what about style of play?
That's the thing too. I know I keep highlighting KO's ability to suppress, mainly because once you master that window of opportunity, it just becomes an almost impossible thing to stop once you have it in your arsenal, especially when you have operators that are incredibly ability reliant. Now, the thing is, Vice and Deadlock can play from such a great range, especially when Annihilation is up. So that's also something that they could potentially look into. Another thing is that Xipto does have this tendency to run comps that don't really have flashes. Now they address that with the Yoru pick. So maybe that operator isn't going to be as potent on the side of Falcons.
Honestly, it depends, because, you know, the flash is a bit more slow moving compared to like a pop flash coming in from like you know, from like the KO as well. So there is to see how exactly they're gonna be dealing with it. But I think for me personally right now, I'm trying to have a quick see at Falcons Vega you know, comp, or at least play. You know, 11-13 is still very, very strong. But you know what? Rather than me talking about previous matches, let's talk about the match happening now. And who better to do that rather than Daks and Riku?
Yeah, a bunch of unknowns coming into this one. Thank you to our panel yet again. Why are you laughing, Riku? Surprise!
I don't know. What you said was really funny.
Frogs,
yes.
I don't know, man. The voices in my ear are talking about
Yeah, I know.
frogs.
Yeah, what's that?
The
What's
panel is still telling us what to do, but we're gonna be getting into game number 4 soon. And I think really it's a great conversation that they had there about Ascent. It's shaky looking for Team Falcons Vega after they lost versus Hypa. On the other hand, I dare say, I think Xipto, they look pretty good on this map. Asterisk, of course, in that lower bracket final against Hypa with the depleted roster. But you look at that series versus Mad Army instead. 13-4, Vice Lock has been their thing throughout this map. And I'd love to see what the play is here now for the likes of Xipto Esports.
And that's something that you have to admire in a team such as Xipto. The Ascent is, again, such a very well-established map already. And some of the teams would like to sort of still fall back to the usual compositions because, you know, don't fix what's not broken. Meanwhile, different interpretations, different styles, and this is where Xipto really shines. Icebox, we saw the Clove and the Sage as well being brought out. It really translated into success. Hopefully here on Ascent, they're able to translate that as well with their Vice Lock composition and then take this into a game number 5.
Yeah, and Xipto here, as you can see, Con and Piety, that's the duo that we have to watch out for here. Graham's as well. That 1v3 clutch in the lower bracket finals to finish the job off on this map. Some key players here for Xipto to keep the fight going. Yume also on the Yoru rather than the Jet that we saw from yesterday. But Falcons, on the other hand, something a bit more tried and tested, right? You got the Cypher into play. You have an Airy there on the Jet. So they pivoted away from the double duels here, Riku. And the pressure from Xipto is looking to go towards B side.
Not going to be a lot of utility there. It's going to be plain gunplay peaks, but they decided to back away instead. Perhaps just get the orb and run away with it.
Yeah. And Falcons there with a single pick.
Yeah.
They've been running, what, Jet Phoenix for a few months already on
Yeah.
this map. The adjustment here to something a bit more standard on Ascent. But hey, this pace, Falcons happy to play it slow and steady.
There.
Well, Capricious Grahams now putting utility towards B. The smokes come on out, and Aries is going to be the one to understand what's going on.
Ooh.
Gets clocked through the smoke as well. Still alive for now. Matthew
30
right behind her.
30
Starts
seconds
being
left.
set on up. The shot comes in. Piety still within the smoke here. And it's really just that game of inches here. They don't know until the smoke dissipates. Falcon still on the other side. Xipto gonna get the plant going.
Spike
Fast
planted.
reactions. Madby catching up Piety here as the plant goes down.
He's a grab net just to add some pressure. Spike already planted. So far, so good for the side of FLC when it comes to numbers. But the hold, Dax, the hold!
Go Xipto with those numbers right. 2v1 now into play. Camu also looking to find a bit more contact going, but Con with the 3k there and the post plant from Xipto suddenly shaking things up to give them this pistol.
The two most, well, deadly players, you know, in times of clutching. Con and Graham's side by side. Push a bit far forward outside of the site and ready to take the early fights into this crossfire amongst, you know, the chaos and just really effective plays. But for FLC, they were really constricted into that one single space. They couldn't just get into the site at all.
Yeah, it's so oppressive. If you're gonna try and stay on site, you're gonna get hit by the flash. And Piety setting it up for the rest of Xipto to knock on down. Kondo, Outlaw on hand. The grab net again. She's been incredible, really, on the deadlock throughout this tournament. The standout on this agent. The Piety even catching out Neri, who pushes towards B main. So bit by bit, collects a double. Oh, it's good. It's Kalat here for Xipto to work with, and things are looking clean so far on the anti-eco.
Beautiful stuff by Con again. The reason why, you know, Lotus didn't really translate as much is we couldn't, you know, see Con in impactful situations, but on utility
Player
heavy
standing.
agents such as the Deadlock, she really does shine.
Yeah, and Xipto here, bit by bit, keeping it very clean.
No chance.
Madby, though, still with the fight back.
Revealing area.
Has a chance, perhaps, when she
planted.
picks up that gun. But Xipto getting these rounds early on the attack is such a good sign for them, Riku. Double Sentinel later on, looking very oppressive
Yeah.
on the Ascent defense. Well, Madby coming into 3 here. Bullet on hand, instantaneous from Con. 3k sure, she's one away from the annihilation now.
Pretty crazy getting to keep the Outlaw as well for the upcoming round. Just take a look at that replay. This has been, you know, in the making. You know, it was the grab net. They didn't want to take, Inari didn't want to take off the grab net just yet. They wanted to play for time, maybe lower their guard, try to peek. Yet Con still able to get that double. Now here comes the action. A stack onto A. It's gonna be an early fight, perhaps.
Yeah, rifles out here for Team Falcons. And Xipto willing to challenge this early on, perhaps. The suppress comes in. Immediate teleport also, courtesy of Camu here. It's a stronghold towards A main. Alexi also alongside Camu, getting ready with utility. And Shockdart the answer. The grab that gets a catch onto one human. 3 HP still alive. The blind is perfection. Ooh. And Camu has come to collect. 2 for Camu. Greyham's response in kind. Falcons, on the other hand, retreating back towards the 8th site. And Xipto have to give up the fight.
Yeah, this is a little quite rough for the side of Xipto here. Really amazing hold for the side of the Falcons, only using Camu from Wine after getting that double. Transition forward, there is a tripwire onto mid, so they'll identify it. Even Garage has a camera on. And so pretty much, this is quite the stalwart defense for the side of FLC.
See here, still happy to stick around towards A. Keep it calm, collected, as of now. They have the numbers anyway. They have the guns. With Xipto here, looking to find the push. There's also the lurk towards mid, but immediately as that happens, Mad B's Aldrone spots those intentions. Nice shot from Piety though to play onto A. Still an area around over onto the corner, committed position, but she's ready to fight back anyway. 2 go down to her hand. Everything left to Capricious as time is running out, but Falcons should be able to seal this one.
A crazy round number 3 here for the side.
Left.
FLC. We'll take advantage of the bonus. Quite expensive. Yeah, good try still.
Yeah, I agree with you. The bonus looking pretty solid from Xipto. 3 guns knocked down on the Falcons' hands. But Team Falcons here, if they can play a control in and out like this, then it could be effective in terms of the trades. They are playing a standard ascent composition with a Cypher Rad and Killjoy. Just can play it pretty vanilla. Hang around, play on the sites, and then just win out from there.
Yeah, the classic setups, right? Where you're able to use the knife to suppress a possible aggressive push towards A.
Is destroyed.
Yeah, your Cypher setups towards B. But that's what keeps things a little spicy. You know, you've got your Vice and your Deadlock really changing a lot of things, including the Yoru. Annihilation now available for the side of Khan. This could be a possible opening if they're able to identify where everything is, but that's the difference, right? You don't have a Sova. Oh, you do have a Sova. My bad.
What? They both have Sovas.
They do.
Well, they both don't have. There is a KO for Alexi. That's the X factor, really, for Team Falcons right now. Suppress value, sure, but later on, we'll see if that can be a factor here. Xipto. Just some defaults all throughout. Such a slow pace to the game here. And Capricious trying to keep an eye out towards B main. The rest of Xipto actually gonna rotate that way, feeling that they can just go for the B hit instead.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit of a deja vu for me, coming from Icebox, where they definitely want to extend the timers, keep FLC a bit on the wary side of things.
30 seconds left.
But FLC is pretty good at punishing these types of plays.
What is that setup with the double-sided cage set there? Just stack on top, making it tough. And Mary, of course, is a mastermind of her own maze. Knew exactly where Yume would just come peek from. Well handled by Falcons so far. Can the Annihilation get value here? Absolutely not. Team Falcons just making sure this timer is ground to dust. No real time. Greyhound will fall. Falcons will win the round here. Can't they win the final firefight? Piety versus Inari. Piety ready to keep that gun for a later round here. But it's 2-2 as we are tied up, as we said.
And there it is. Yeah, the entire setup right against Xipto with trying to extend the timers there. The Cypher Cage, the smokes as well. The play onto lane. Just pretty much everything is not in their favor. They did not have the time to surgically remove every single utility that was set up onto B. And FLC has reaped their rewards.
Yeah, and FLC just, if they can keep funneling Xipto into their heavy stacks. It's gonna be so much easier. The only duelist here for Xipto is the Yoru, and speaking of, Yume's already gone this early on. The Outlaw on hand, and Neri has been using the scope weapons throughout the series so far. He's not done. Wants to peek towards mid. Blade Storm also available if need be. Priming the dash, but we'll just back on away. The barrier mesh also thrown into spawn. Xipto, a bit of space to try and at least disrupt the defense here.
Yeah, that barrier mesh really cutting things through. Now they know where some of the members are going to be coming from. But Aneri will just respect that and back away instead, because that might be a flood.
And they're really sticking it out here for Xipto. They're keeping one on the lurk just so they can rotate that way. Piney was also making a lot of noise towards B, but since they saw the contact thanks to Neri there for Falcons, Xipto on the other hand decided, okay, let's just go back to that B side and try to go through Mary's maze again. He's ready though on the side, the cyber cage. Taking it up for the cross, and Alexi just peeks out her head real quick, eventually realizes there's a lot of contact coming your way. Off the spawn though, Xipto, they're going the long rail around here, Riku. They have a chance to make it to A. Time is not on their side. And here we go with Mad B with the long angle. Oh no! It's a firing squad in pursuit. And Team Falcons just cuff Xipto there, arrested in the scene of the crime. There's no running away with the spike.
It was quite open, and the thing is, it felt like there was really no time to put any sort of utility on the ground at all. It had to be a beeline straight to A, or else you run the risk of running out of time. And because of it, again, time has been the enemy, one of the main antagonists of Xipto in the series.
Oh, it felt so desperate for Xipto though.
Yeah.
They just ran away with their tails tucked between their legs. They're still getting hunted one by one. The protocols here for Xipto need to be a bit more sound coming into this attacking side without Yume. Kamiyu, again, early pressure towards A main, and this is just conditioning upon conditioning for Falcons that they're always going to put a player here to contest this A main. Kamiyu willing to do that and more because she can just TP on out in these closer angles.
And possibly leading the rest of Xipto into this trap with a lot of the Cypher tripwires. If possible. This could be a big sandwich, but every crevice is pretty much covered if they are going to actually execute A.
And just like frogs in the pond, seems like Falcons rally to defend the lily pads on B side. Because you get Kamiyu, you get Neri. They're just chilling for the time being, keeping it cool and calm. And Kamiyu leading the charge. Falcons follow her example here. There you go, job's done. Well rested and well timed. Team Falcons just waiting for Xipto to come their way.
Activating kill mode.
Well read by the side of Falcons here. Again, the utility, the flood of utility really was heavily invested on towards the side of A. The flood attempted to come in, but it's just practically stopped by the barricade, basically, that FLC is able to... FCL, rather. FLC, why am I second-guessing myself? FLC set up. And
yeah.
I know, that's true, you're right. And the timeout now being triggered. And you got to think, like, unfortunately, the start... the contrast of Yume's performance at overtime, you know, she hasn't exactly ramped up yet here on Ascent, but it's only due to the fact that FLC just really, you know, before anything happens, they practically just prevent it through utility.
Yeah, it's so claustrophobic here, courtesy of Falcons. A accosted by Kamiyu, usually +1 with either Alexi or someone like Mary sticking on around mid as well. And Neri has just brought out either the Outlaw, the Operator, whatever she can, play those long angles. And it's become a big problem here for Xipto that they are effectively funneled towards B or to play a long timer and wait it out to try and go on that A site. This is where it changes though. Xipto off the timeout, looking for the mental reset. But then again, Falcons bringing out the Operator. And not only that, Ineri has had enough of mid. She wants to go through main. Has to dash, stuck in the corner. Blades also in desperation. But she gets out in time. The relative safety. And for now, Falcons get away with the Jet still alive.
Gravnet even being set up to trap Ineri
That was so
still.
close.
Not enough, yeah. Instincts at play there for Ineri.
It's tough, but then again, this operator has just been a big factor in this series so far. And Xipto now moving their way into mid. We did see them creep up over onto Pizza quite a while. Put the pressure towards spawn, but nothing really to pivot as much from market to B. Now they're doing so in a two-pronged state. Ineri here has to back off onto the side. Hunter's Fury though did get a tag, looking for Capricious, I believe, along the way. As Ineri still hanging on the round on the side. Ineri's already in position. Here we go with the annihilation, but Ineri has already shut down Khan. Blades out. Ineri's not done. Xipto, on the other hand, have found an opening towards A side. It seems like the action is on the other page. Yume as well, just lurking for now. Does she know there's someone behind her? Mary, the timing doesn't pan out thanks to the dimensional drift. It's just chaos on all fronts. Falcons might be caught in the middle here thanks to Yume. And she's calling the attention of Mad B, but Mad B now wins it clear. Here we go with fight towards Raptors. Alexi now, beautiful flash into the kill. Piety in response. Mad B's there again. Trade for trade. But Capricious the only one still standing. The IGL having to hold the two of Falcons off. Mary, Mad B, here they come onto the side, dropping down towards Jenny. Capricious gets one, but Mary's has to respond. Enough time should be good. Team Falcons, they make their way back to A site, a long journey just to make it to 5.
You gotta hand it to Xipto, right? To just really, because Ascent is such a, you know, a long-running map. There's been many seasons that pass, so therefore you definitely have to spice things up to really throw your opponent off guard. And this is definitely one of the maneuvers that they had on this play to just really create chaos. But FLC is just definitely ready for that, you know, dimensional drift Yoru on mid. They were ready for Yume there, and they're able to cut things off, and just Alexi opened up heaven, and therefore the rest is just textbook now for the Falcons.
Yeah, and Ineri again. Here we go. New easy targets, and Ineri and Alexi setting the tempo early. The rounds for Xipto where they go towards A, it just feels to me that they're trying to get ahead of Falcons, but Falcons are the ones in control of this game here, Riku.
Oh yeah, absolutely. The step-by-step process as well. There is no one that can deal with Ineri at the moment. And after that, the layers as well of the post plant, FLC is just doing a fantastic job with their retakes. Even though Xipto wants to change things up a bit, you know, redirect their attention, play a bit of the mind games over here on Ascent, and yet it does not face the Falcons at all.
Yeah, and it's the case so far here, as Falcons found 2 early on. Yume now and Alexi getting the intel on one another. But as time ticks on away, Camu has just been the rock of A side. Contact again versus Piet. Dice has been a good angle to play from. And Harry and Alexi just light up the scoreboard, why don't you? Because they are just getting kill after kill now. This is just Team Falcons at their best, at their dominant. When you see the game slow to a crawl like this, Xipto now is Khan, the only hope to try and fight back with. Gravnet close, but no one there in the angle. And there he tries to hit the shot. 13 seconds. Khan now walk into the fire. Alexi spotted, but the shots don't even ring through. Khan, she's done all she can for this team, but Falcons are just so commanding right now. This defense is so suffocating Riku. It's 6-2.
It's just like you wish that there's another site, you know? You wish that there was a C, because the way that the Falcons are playing, just as you said, it's constricting, it's suffocating. The options are just so limited. You've again the operator being such a nuisance for Xipto. The cages being set up on B. Therefore, you can't exactly play as slow as you want to be, because again, they're just so good at punishing that sort of strategy. Let's see though, the first pick.
That's the thing. You play slow, you try to set things up, and Aries already a step ahead. And Capricious is the first one to fall. Yume though, no fear now, goes for the close. And Neri has been taken down. This metal is just bouncing around. Gravnet rather, with the catch onto Mad V there. Little ball just following the Sova along the way. But as Falcons now still keep the lines drawn. That's the thing. They did catch an Neri, but the rest of Falcons ready to catch them in the act on the other side.
quite difficult here on this eco for Xipto. Madvi even finding a pick, make that 2. They're stuck. It's constricting. Yeah.
How do you go through? There's a smoke in the way. There's one in market, one towards CT, and one on the alley. Xipto, they're not just walking into a meat grinder anymore. They're just lambs brought to the slaughter at this point. It will take some Herculean efforts from Grahams and Yume to make this happen. 35 seconds left. The lesser guns as well, making it tough. But Falcons
One
still
enemy
coordinated
remaining.
on the approach. The
30
utility,
seconds left.
it just maximized the paranoia, the scans, everything they would like and more. Synchronized there from Team Falcons as they get to a 7th round.
This is such a clean defense for the side of the Falcons. Again, B is incredibly constricting, but in combination to that, Ineri eliminates, you know, they needed that scan, they needed that Hunter's Fury just to try and flush out more angles in this scenario, and that is immediately out of the window. Mad V with a double kill as well coming from Market. And again, it feels like every single, you know, place they need to identify where is Ineri. But once they identify it, there's already -1.
Sure, you can ask where is Ineri, but how do you stop Ineri?
Yeah, how do you stop Ineri?
Coming
True.
into this map, 21st kills Riku. She's getting more and more, but Mad B's the one to take the first kill now. 2 for Mad B. Falcons gonna get the response from Xipto with the Hunter's Fury. But Mad B's not done. She is just burning Xipto's chances to an absolute crisp. A massive 3K already, defining the round. Capricious gonna back away. Might just go for the save. With a repeat. Oh no, don't you dare. This is an operator. This is Neri. You know what the conclusion is at this point. Team Falcons continuing the commanding effort that they've done here.
The round... Ooh! Nice wide swing coming from Capricious, eliminating at least some economic damage against the Falcons.
Yeah.
Moving that operator. But yeah, again, I feel like it's just one of those things where they made an attempt to try and play slow, lower down the guard of the Falcons, but instead time was going against them. Therefore, they want to try something a tad bit faster. But Ineri always greets them with a big operator surprise. But this round, however, it was Mad V's Hunter's Fury that really funneled everyone here on Garage. So impressive stuff by, again, the fundamentals is very impressive for the side of the Falcons.
Yeah, it's just so textbook here from Team Falcons. And it's been clinical from what we've seen so far. 15 from Mad V. Drones into play. Falcons, okay, we'll have to see Pizza for now. Play at the market, sure. Then again, Yume going closer and closer with the Sheriff on hand. Just best buy at all, and Yume doesn't even bother checking market there. Alexi, he was just waiting at the wings. And Eri now sees the shoulder there of Piety, and more. You can see the difference. Team Falcons just a step ahead of Xipto right now, who look very rattled here so far. Paranoia also in a good spot. Capricious getting out of there at least. With a minute remaining, Xipto still has a few angles to work with, but we are not done because Ineri is on the hunt. Camu, the anchor, already good for it. In the corner is Con. Ineri finding Grahams. Ineri now seeing the target there. Con can't even fight on back. Ineri, there you have it. A 3K sure and a flawless even. It's all Falcons here in this first half.
Last round in the half.
The Falcons, again, have mastery over Ascent. There, during the panel, there were question marks because when we look at the track record of the Falcons, it was 1-1. It isn't really, you know, the cleanest of record over here on split number 2. So there were definitely question marks and, you know, slight leaning towards Xipto. But what they've like improved, maybe they've seen in that loss, they really greatly used that for improvement in the grand finals.
Yeah. And Team Falcons just back to basics in a way, and it's just been so good so far. A 10th round here could make this even better, but Ineri, stop it already. If there was a first kill award, it would go to her, bar none. As of now, also, just a statistical anomaly, really. Alexi there catching another player of Xipto. But this has been the case throughout these attacking rounds for Xipto. From 5v5 to 3v5, and they just can't find any space to work with.
Even more constricting Camus. Capricious might be a bit on a 1v1. Capricious gonna win that one. Looks like it's not open just yet, and Aries gonna catch this.
Yeah, and Eri has been
One
so good
enemy
at catching the
remaining.
cross. And another stellar example of that. Mary biding time, and Aries there already. Capricious, who do you die to? Capricious! An incredible effort again, but then again, Mary's there. And there were just so many plans there for Team
Switching
Falcons. 10-2. What else can be said after that half?
This is that's such a dominating first half for the side of the Falcons. It's the Inari story, you know, starting again the beginning of every single round, getting that first blood, full control over at mid. Therefore, you lose a big chunk of space, and Xipto is forced to just take these longer turns, longer angles, long way around. But then the individual plays as well coming from the others, Madvi, Alexi, everybody's holding every single angle, and every attempt of challenge from Xipto makes it like really difficult for their squad. And I feel like, again, the center of attention has to be this operator, has to be that outlaw that started in the early rounds of Ascent.
Yeah, just 2 rounds there for Xipto, and then Falcons ran away with it as soon as they had their guns out here, Riku. I gotta say, though, the Inari effect cannot be understated. Going into this duelist role, coming into Split 2 within the offseason, that adjustment really by Mary to play that Sentinel as well, it really suits them. Inari is familiar with the playstyle of everyone else. She has been just so potent on this duelist role. Mary has always just been so controlled. You could see that there in that last round. And everything fits so perfectly here for Team Falcons. At this point, what can Xipto really do? And I really feel like for Xipto Esports GC, it's all about the mental reset. They cannot be caught up in the 10-round streak that Team Falcons had. This is a squad that has so much fight in them. But when they suddenly lose their voices, that's when it's concerning. Can they do so in the pistol? We're going to find out, because Team Falcons have just had the numbers advantage throughout the half there so far.
And I think maybe there is some sort of this reset. The second half is just so crucial for them to get that, you know, mental reset, start to zero. Economically as well, it's going to be incredibly important, because perhaps the, you know, trying to, you know, rattle the Falcons there on some, you know, the different strategies they wanted to try by big switch up. I think some of these things worked on Split, you know, the mind games, having to bait from one point to another. But for Ascent, it feels like these things, the Falcons really know what they are going to be anticipating.
Yeah. And they know exactly where Xipto is going to come from. If there's anywhere they're going to improve on, it has to be this defense. As I'm talking about back against Mad Army, 9 rounds on the defense. Still plausible, but getting this pistol is a must right now. And they have been behind in the pistol rounds here, Riku. Xipto Esports, eyes on you this time.
It's going to be incredibly crucial. Falcons, they've been winning almost every single pistol round in this entire series. They've only lost the one. So now this is the time for Xipto. Maybe try to take it slow. It is going to be a full stack. 4-1 towards mid. Maybe overrun and overrun Yume over here.
And Eri already seeing Yume who struggled to find the impact here. Madvi, though, all alone, could be the opportunity here for Xipto. Con crawls up towards the Cypher. Alexi, Mary, they're the ones finding the kills already. Team Falcon steady on the approach. And bit by bit, they're clearing out the no one home right now. It will be the market angle here for Piety and the rest. The doorway shuts right in front of them, and Falcon's already in position.
They really want this. It's going to be quite the tall order for this retake.
And Eri, she's thinking about it. Consideration, waiting for the contact though from the rest of the team. Piety finding Alexi though. Graham still wary of this smoke. There has to be someone waiting on this side. Here we go with the contact now. Good to see of Mary. And Mary's 3K. That is the massive moment there. Team Falcons 2-11.
It does feel like that was going to be Xipto's retake. Piety was in prime position. Capricious was taking a couple of multi-frags, but Mary just really shut all that advantage down. And I think you gotta hand it to the patience of Inari, waiting inside the smoke until it dissipates. Just try to wait for a reaction afterwards and then react accordingly. And all of these things in combination really makes up for a deadly pistol round for the Falcons.
Yeah, it's patience thanks to some calls, I believe, from someone like Mad V. That discipline truly instilled the team Falcons Vega over the course of the year. And as Neri does what she does best with the Outlaw, it's Team Falcons finding the pick and just backing on away, happy with the results so far.
Absolutely. You may have to, you know, it's been quite a tough ascent so far. But with the Sheriffs, perhaps they can pull up a Thrifty and see where they can go from there.
And this has just been a one-sided affair ever since round number 3. Right now with those guns, it's gonna be a difficult endeavor for Xipto to say the least. Capricious overrun
Spike planted.
in Xipto Esports. Back to seeing the market angle here. And Neri spotting out Kondo. Cammy already catching out
One enemy
Paiti.
remaining.
And Team Falcons. This is what a champion looks like here, Riku. Kon just gonna be backing on the way. Look to play for exits. But after this round, after them putting themselves on series point, they're one away from taking the championship again.
Again is the key word. Falcons, Vega, they can feel it in their bones. They can feel it again. And it was one of those things where they want to make a statement. We talked about how Game Changers, this split, has been one of the closest and could be that big potential where, you know, an upset could possibly happen. But looking at their performance now, looking at Lotus and Split and Ascent, the trajectory is insane.
Xipto has always been competitive versus Team Falcons. But right now, it's all Team Falcons doing everything they can and more. Graham's gone this early on. Con finds one, but she's just out in the open for a Neri to trade. Team Falcons, 4v2 ahead of them. Just a little bit more, and they're gonna get the job done. The fight from Capricious. Here comes the IGL. Could get a catch on to Cameo there. Alexi falls, but Neri is still standing tall. The superstar of Southeast Asia in Neri. She's done it all for the squad. Piety here. Spotted. Gets the kill. And Neri doesn't even bother with the spike plant. A minute remaining here. Riku. And right behind, Mary's coming on in. Spike
planted.
to be planted now.
There it is, going to circle around.
Oh no.
Go through the
She
door.
got into it.
They're dead. Take what's
Attackers
useful.
And
win.
Mary, she's just waiting. Supremacy truly established by Team Falcons Vega. They are your champions for Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia Split 2. And what a commanding affair that was.
3-1 finish for Falcons Vega. They continue their reign of dominance here in Game Changers SEA. And it is such a big statement for their last game over here in the finals to finish with such a dominating performance.
They just never let go. They saw the 0-2 and they just said, let's get 13 in a row. Why don't you? Round after round, Team Falcons doing the right things at the right time. And the area effect, it has just come in full force this split too. And this is the reason they did that swap. This is why Team Falcons Vega is the team to beat. And it just goes to show why they are the champions here of Southeast Asia. Anything else you want to say, Rico, before we send it off here?
I think, to me, it's just really crazy to, you know, carry multiple championship titles in Game Changers SEA in, what, years in a row. I think that's such a, honestly, a very impressive, especially for some of the players that have been, together as a squad for some time, for years now, just a blast to watch, honestly.
Yeah, split after split, year after year. It's Team Falcons Vega, your champions. We thank you for tuning on into the matches, but of course, we still got the panel, we still got the interview, and we're gonna toss it over to Tash and Raph for that one.
13 in a row, why not, right? Just go full steam ahead. Falcons, one thing that they do know is that if they want to end a map, they can really do it convincingly. It felt like in that last map, Xipto just completely ran out of steam. They didn't have an idea on how to recover. They didn't have an idea on how exactly to stop the aggression coming in from Team Falcons.
That's true. I feel like at one point the notes I had on my monitor was just an area. It's crazy that she controlled so much space, and with her aggression paired with everybody just kind of moving with her, really froze Xipto. And you know, I have to say, it is heartbreaking for Xipto to go out in that fashion, considering they had such a great performance so far. And I guess that's what happens when you play a Falcons game, you know, when you really go into crunch time, when you really start playing these ultra high stakes games. This is where Falcons just are almost impossible to break. Other than that, I mean, it just felt like it was another day in the office, Tash.
I think what's incredible is the fact that, you know, there were so many rounds that felt like desperation plays coming in from Xipto because their entry coming in from main wasn't working. Their mid control wasn't working. Falcons was just ready to bring in those fights. They want to meet these early aggressions that Xipto like to give and just really, you know, shut them down. And that's exactly what they're doing here. And I think in terms of mental as well, I think we had this conversation about Xipto and their mental, right? It feels like whenever they're not able to get momentum in their hands, they start to get cold. And the longer these losing streaks go, the harder it is for them to really get a lot of value as well. Meanwhile, for Falcons, all their fights feels like a ping pong match. They're just passing and tossing to one another. They're just swinging out in tandem with one another. It feels like they're just saying, hey, I'm out of bullets, swing out. Hey, I'm gonna peek here, peek there. And it's just so good and well timed.
Or pickleball if that suits your fancy. But yes, for Falcons, I think this is just a testament to how complete of a team they are. If they feel like they can just impose their will on you, they will. If they feel like they need to play a more cerebral game, they will. And if they really drag out the series, they have no problems in doing that. Absolutely flawless final map here for Falcons. The only result that could have been better if it was a flat out 13-0. But other than that, I mean, what else can we say, Tash? They were great all tournament. Maybe there were some maps they did look mortal on, but I'm sure they're gonna work on that in between now and the next tournament.
For real. Now, coming into this, I think it is devastating that they did get shut down in that fashion. But I think that for Falcons, whenever they decide that they want to be a high-speed choo-choo train of pain, they can do that as well. Like Daks said, the Aneri effect, you know, we start to see that happen on round number 9 on Ascent, where they couldn't really figure things out. They had one good round to just really activate them, to just propel them forward. And it's the same thing again when Aneri feels good, when Aneri is supported, when Aneri can take up space and just really, you know, go up close and personal and aggressive. That's when I feel Falcons really shines. Or as what producer said, you know, that's where Falcons really soars. I got you, Han.
This is another victory for Avian friends. The Cats next time will have to work on their game, but MVP is Aneri. Once again, we highlighted the fact that the operator was just way too much to handle. I think in the pre-show we were talking about it too. Like, should this really be something that they'd adjust their configuration for? If Xipto were looking to have an extra flash just to discombobulate and maybe a dislodge Aneri from her position, but we just really didn't see that come to be.
Yeah, we would really like to see Aneri getting countered here, especially with a very, very aggressive style play. The verticalities of that mid-side era, she completely took advantage of that. The aggression even from B main, like even if before you get into B main or even A main, she's already there quickly to stop you from being able to take out any semblance of space as well. And any time that, say, Aneri falls, you have that other layer of defense and also retakes coming in from so many different parts of the map from the members of Falcons. And most importantly, the multi-frags, especially from players like Mary that catches Xipto as they run from one side to another, has also been really good as well. If anything, I think they have really good communication and really good timing as well. And I think this is one of the biggest recipes for success here for Falcons. And most importantly, it also answers our question about the EMEA meets Apex style play.
I mean, no, what else do we ask? You know, they already won twice in a row, so I don't know what else to say.
There is something else we can say. We can meet with or talk with one of our favorite players here on air. We have Mary coming in with an interview. Hi Mary, congratulations on snagging the championship title for Valorant Game Changers C. How does it feel winning another title here in Southeast Asia for you?
Honestly, it feels great that we won. I love my team, and honestly, like, we're all super talented, and I don't know, like, I'm out of words, honestly. I'm just so happy that we won again, and that we qualified to the Pacific LAN as well. So,
yeah, and you guys are already based in Thailand as well, right? So I think you guys are very much set and ready to go for October. Now, my question for you is, I think that, you know, we talked a lot about mental, and you guys, you know, I think the first 2 matches you guys started off in the back foot, you know, losing so many rounds, going back and forth. How did you guys manage to rally together and keep your mental in check to be able to really come back and bring your team back together online toward the last few rounds in the game to clinch those rounds?
I mean, honestly, the first map was low-key kind of a wake-up warm-up game, you could say. We're kind of like a bit cold, a bit shaky. We weren't playing really together, and then, I mean, we already knew what was going on wrong in the Icebox game. We weren't really like playing together, and everyone was just like, you know, wanting to be the hero and whatever. But then we just realized that, and we immediately fixed it on the last like 3 maps. That, you know, like, no matter what the comp is, no matter what they run, as long as we play together and we as long as we like play together and be together, we can win it all together. You know, at the end of the game, it's a team game, and it takes 5 players to lift up a trophy. So yeah.
Fair enough. Okay, so another question I have for you is that out of your team, I can tell that everyone's super excited, everyone's just super sweet. Who is the hypest in your team, and who is the one that really, yeah, and brings the energy back when things go wrong?
I think I think it's like I mean, I try my best, honestly. If I see the energy's down, everyone really plays a big factor in it. Like, if it's not the voice, it's in game. Everyone really steps up for each other, and that's what's really special about this team. That like everyone just steps up for each other. You know, if I'm having a bad game, I know that Alexi will be crushing them. If Alexi's having a bad game, I know that Iniri is gonna be doing insane, and you know, back and forth. But yeah, I guess we all play a big factor in the team when it comes to energy.
So, okay, so I'm so sorry, Raf, I took this part for you, but I think Raf also has a question as well for you guys.
Go ahead.
I think you might have taken my question
Did
again,
I?
but it's fine. I don't know. I feel like I'm also kind of brain fried right now. But hey, guys, congrats again. Was
Thank
there
you
like
so
any
much.
specific preparation for this grand finals? And you know, is there any matchup that you'd like to, or at least any team you're excited to play against in the future?
I mean, in the Pacific LAN for sure. I'm excited to play against my old coach's team, Carcas. Yeah, I'm excited to play against, because it's been like almost maybe 3 years since I've last seen him. So, so yeah, it's gonna be a nice meetup and a matchup. I guess that's what I'm looking forward to.
I'm super excited to hear that as well. I think this could be the match of the ages. I'm also really excited that you guys are going to be able to go, you know, to meet with your old coach as well. Now, I think, you know, coming into APAC, I think last year, you know, that your previous core or Xipto did win convincingly for Game Changers APAC. Now coming in with you guys as well in this, what do you think are your odds going up against teams from Korea and Japan as well?
Honestly, I don't like personally myself. I don't really think about these things. Like, all I care about is where and how we're improving as a team, and what are our weaknesses and our strengths. And I think just like overall focusing on yourself and focusing on your own team takes you so far in. But I'm excited to play against the other regions as well, like Japan and China. Would be really nice. Sorry, Korea.
It's all good. Now, final question. You know, you guys have so many different fans now coming in from both EMEA and APAC. What do you want to say to them before we end the day?
Thank you so much for supporting. Honestly, it means the world to us, and you know, and the biggest goal, of course, is to lift up the Champions Trophy, which hopefully will happen. But yeah, let's focus on the next first. But yeah, that's all I have to say. Honestly, thank you so much for supporting us. It really means a lot. And yeah. Say hi to Ivory. And hello, Ivory.
Hello, Ivory. Okay, fair
Yeah.
enough. Thank you so much, Mary, for the interview, and also bye-bye, Alexi. I see her right beside you there.
Bye-bye, Alexi.
And congratulations, and we'll see you guys in Bangkok. Bye.
Bye.
And there you have it. Again, my jinx struck. No 3-2, but I was right on 1 point. I did get 2 overtimes.
I thought you said you wanted 2 maps. I mean, like 1 more map. I thought we were gonna go 3-2. My prediction
Yeah.
was right. I said 3-1.
I said
like,
I jinxed
on the
it.
money.
Yeah, I said I jinxed it. Because I predicted 3-2.
Well, you know, aside from, I feel like these interviews are super wholesome and everybody's just like
Just
super
disregarded me.
professional. What else was I supposed to say? Okay, Tash, you missed your jinx. Nice, very good, very cool. Only split went to overtime, right?
Yeah, I did. It did. I was just overreacting a bit more.
It's
Yeah,
okay, Tash.
exaggerated.
You know, in your advanced age, you know, things get a little muddy, so it's all good.
Fine. Anyways, thank you guys so much for spending time with us over at the Valorant Game Changers Southeast Asia. It's been super exciting to see how close these teams have become and how much of that we have grown as a region as well. Next up, we have Game Changers Pacific happening in October. So we'll look out for you guys then. Until then, adieu. Good night. Bye-bye.
Bye.
We gotta stay awake. Sunrise, blooming after life, daylight, dawn comes as a surprise. so hurt.